Hello? Is this thing on? Hello? It is. It is. Let us code. Let us code. Good morning. We're gonna keep working on... What are we gonna keep working on? I think at last I left off, we were doing the UI, doing some UI updates for the Colony Sim, like task selection. And this is just for like giving the colonists like a one-off command, which maybe, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't start there, bros. But this is where we're at, so it's where we're gonna be. Okay. We good? What have I forgotten to do? I feel like I've forgotten to do something. Oh well, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I was in the middle of refactoring my little dialogue stuff, so before, I don't know what I had before, but now what I have is a little system where I have this like struct that defines like an interaction option that has like a text and ID, and then it has a delegate, which is the new part. And then I have these like container classes that will render them, and it's gonna be like a nested array, so a 2D array where the inner array is like each list of options that can be, you know, it's like a drill down almost, you know. And what was I setting up? I was in the NPC character. Yeah, okay, so now I'm setting up like the options here, which are now being set via an interface method. So I feel a lot better about this now already. The thing I don't feel better about is that I can't seem to call a C++ function as like this delegate event, which is kind of annoying. Hello, hope you're having a nice programming session so far. Just getting started, but welcome in. Yeah, I was doing some refactoring, I was just saying, of my little interaction option system here. Now, I guess I'll need to do... So, is it true? Do these have to be blueprints? Because I have a matching function that I would like to plug in here, but it's in C++. Is in C++. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think there's anything about this that can't happen in blueprints. Start generate quest. Yeah, all this can happen in blueprints, so I suppose I can do that. Wow, never thought about that. About what? What are we talking about? Welcome in though, Shawnee. I enjoyed watching you run around the dev jungle gym in the background of while I was refactoring this last night. I was trying to figure out what the hell I should do, and I think I got it. I think I got it figured out. It's not working at the moment, and we'll have to do some more. But yeah, so I guess what we need to do first is just... I need to get this guy wired up. I thought you were binding to event dispatchers. I am. And I guess I can't select a C++ function from here? I don't know. Oh, I guess it's not possible. Unreal Engine, blueprint, event. What is this called? What is this actual type called? Just delegate. Okay, blueprint, delegate, bind to C++ function. Oh, you need to set the U property. Wait a second, that doesn't make sense. This is going the other way. Oh no, wait a second. Blueprint assignable? Let me look here. Do I need to make this blueprint assignable? I don't know if that's going to do anything. I feel like that's not going to do anything. How to bind multicast delegate? No. I want to bind to a delegate in blueprints with a C++ function. Can you guess the word based on the emojis? No, sorry. I'm all out of ideas. I've tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. Okay, that's, it just didn't... Is only allowed on multicast delegate properties. Are you the hacker known as 4chan? Yeah, you got me. Okay, you know what? I don't care. We're just gonna fucking write it in blueprints. We'll fucking write it in blueprints. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Is this, okay, hang on. We gotta... Quest component, quest generator. This now needs to be blueprint read only. Let's make it a T object pointer as well. Oh boy. Okay. And I guess we're just gonna delete this. And I'm just gonna comment you out so I can look at you. Yeah, and you're gonna get mad. Yeah, we're effectively deprecating that function, so that's fine. But welcome in, everyone. I'm doing some game dev this morning. I am working in Unreal Engine, mostly C++, some blueprints, as you'll see. I would say maybe like 80-20, 80% C++, 20% blueprints. The blueprints is just a surface level facade. It's a lie. But I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game with procedural terrain that is building very slowly right now. First build of the day. Tom White, welcome in. Hello. So this game is going to be a combination of, like, I'm thinking vanilla WoW, combat and classes, plus a RimWorld Colony Sim, plus like Hades roguelite. And we're going to see how those all come together. We're going to see what happens. I've been working on it for about over 2.5 years now. Almost 3. It'll be 3 soon. And I knew nothing about it. I could probably have shaved a year off that if I knew anything about Unreal Engine or game dev before that. Right, okay, so we need to make a function here. Let's create matching event on quest. Oh, I'm in all caps. On quest, or it's on generate quest selected. Boom. Okay, we'll fill that out in a second. Let's start it up. Hi, bro. Nice work. Thank you. Here is the procedural world. Look at it. Look at it. This is my baby. It will be destructible as well. I have proof of concept at that. It works terribly at the moment, but it does work. You have heard of me. And yeah, we're gonna wait for some stuff to spawn here. Wait, did I turn off the entity spawners? I would like to see that. I think I turned off entity spawning. No, they're gonna spawn here soon. They're just taking their sweet time, and that's okay. It's a slow start this morning. There we go. I would like to find... Can I talk? I forget. Can I talk to these guys, or can I only fight them? Talk. Okay, yeah, they have no options. They have no dialogue options. Neither do you. Yeah, there's the world. Oh, there's a big mountain over there. cave over there. A couple caves here. Oh dear. I fell. So yeah, this is just me running around in the world a little bit. A little bit. God, the entities look so much better now that I don't have the fucking TAA, the temporal anti-aliasing on. It's just now the foliage looks super grainy. But the entities look, they're not ghosty boys anymore. There's so many. How many entities do we have spawned here? I'm curious. Curious. Very curious. Let's see if any are falling through the world. Also, let's see that. Oh, look at that. That's a nice clean. That is a nice clean graph. No one's falling. Are we spawning more? Yeah. Oh yeah. We're in the process of spawning more. What form of AA? I guess this is just the FAA. The fast approximate, or whatever. It might actually be none. Let me check here. Oh yeah, FAA. Fast approximate anti-aliasing. Yeah, dude, the fucking temporal anti-aliasing just looked so bad. The TAA and the TSR looked so literally looking at any one of these entities off in the distance, they were literally ghosts. Like they were full-on ghosts moving around. It looked awful. And I don't know if you guys can tell on stream, but like when I move or like when the foliage moves, like it's super grainy. Same with like the tree leaves and stuff. I guess these ones in the distance aren't too bad because they're like LOD'd, but like when you move, it's just, it looks really bad. So it's like trade-offs, man, trade-offs. Was the forward/deferred talk from yesterday purely about world position offset compatibility? No, it was just kind of a general conversation that the WPO just kind of came up. But I guess what came out of that was like CDPR has their own solution for world position offsets that we're going to cross our fingers and hope gets merged into the engine. I like how the player models look like the ones from GTA 4's Rage Engine Showcase. Oh, I'm not familiar. These are just these are the ALS characters, which is the locomotion. I'm using like a C++ refactored ALS locomotion plugin, and that's what the placeholder models are. And I forget when Adder, we fucked around with the light settings a lot not too long ago, like maybe a month ago, and Adder was like showing me the ins and outs of like what you need with I love this. This is my best looking terrain noise, if I do say so myself. This one, I mean, this one's fine, but it's all like flat, you know, but this one is so good. It's got nice big sweeping features and it's really nice looking. But yeah, I did turn on like lumen and virtual shadow maps, and like it did look good, except then the shadows looked bad. The shadows were super grainy, so it's like there's like trade-offs, but it did make the darkness look super dark, which I thought was really cool. This darkness looks pretty good as well, because Adder showed me the cube map, like lighting or whatever. Look at this fucking cave, man. Look at this cave system. This is crazy. I do want to like try the forward rendering just to see what happens, because you know games have done it in the past, but my game is super dynamic, so I get why that wouldn't work. I do just want to try it and see what happens. Yeah, the VSM, we did have the TSR turned on. But it did, like... the ghosting, I don't think, was as bad. Because, like, I mean, these guys off in the distance here, like, that you just, like, literally, they were just fucking shadows of themselves. Add real-time Moss simulation. Is that the gameplay you want? Is that what you want me spending time on? Moss simulation? It does some stochastic sampling type thing for soft penumbra shadows. Man, I understood about half of those words. They're gonna make this good by the time my game ships. This is my daily hopium. Yeah, yeah, cross your fingers that Witcher 4 releases before your game. I think that's what every Unreal Engine 5 gamer or game dev is praying for. Which, you know, I've got plenty of time. My game is not shipping for another 5 years. Minimum. i.e. it does a noisy sampling thing that needs to be denoised in post. Yes. Noise it, then unnoise it, and then give me some AI generated frames from DLSS. Game dev. Game dev. I think gameplay should be priority. Yeah, me as well. Definitely not going to work on a real-time Moss simulation. Vider, hello. Welcome in. Moss. Gamers love features, yeah. Wandering around, I reached here again. Well, welcome back. Welcome back into the channel. The chat channel, stream, the stream. Welcome back into the stream. I'm working on rewriting some of my like colonist interaction option UI stuff. And that's so that I can get my little area system wired up. So I built this like nice little algorithm that let me write that down. I need to fix invalid voxel placement. Hang on. That's a bug. So voxel algo invalid placement. I'll know what that means. Trust me. Yeah, we're gonna do something like this. And so I don't use voxels for the world or anything, but I do run this voxel algorithm that generates a lot of logs, but then it like wraps around the landscape really nicely. And the important part, because I could just do a box, right? I could just do a box, but there might be a cave right here, right where my camera is, that the player doesn't know about. And so if you just make a box and there's a cave right here, then you would select that cave. Like a hidden cave, like right where I am in the world. You know, like right here. And so I can't have that, because then you would send your colonist to go into a cave and stuff, which could be dangerous. Could be very dangerous. So this does like a, I guess I'm calling it a walking voxel algorithm, because it starts from the beginning and then it just like walks the voxels outwards to make sure that there is a path, right? And so this is gonna, if I could say something like, hey, mine this area, you know, or you know, plant crops in this area, stay out of this area, that kind of thing. So is this game like an open world survival RPG or something like that? A little bit of that for sure, yeah. It's going to be RPG, Colony Sim, Roguelite are the things I'm trying to combine. What's the game called? My Project is what it's called right now. Popular name, I know. Swinging by before the grind, man. It's looking good. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much. Thanks for stopping by. And good luck on your grind. Turning cog, it's actually no underscore. Sans underscore. But yeah, you got it. Is there any viewpoint optimization? What do you mean? What do you mean, brother? So yeah, I'm thinking it's going to be something like vanilla WoW combat and class design, talents. As you can see, I'm borrowing some of the WoW assets, borrowing them. Oh, someone's looking for food. That's the look for food trace. Yeah, but vanilla WoW, combat, class design, lots of classes to pick from, and then it's gonna be like RimWorld Colony Sim, like so super depthy, like smaller scale Colony Sim. Is the Pascal case correct so I don't miscase it either? Yes, it is Pascal cased, yes. Then thank you for checking instead of assuming. Don't you dare assume my project name. And so here's it's a procedural world as well, so here's the world. Where am I? I'm in this one. Apparently this zone is called the Floating City of Laputa. We are next to the Echoing Fens, the Shadow Plane, the Guard's Tower of Vigilance, the Land of the Unicorns, ooh, Ashen Bloom Ridge. So each of these are like different zones with different biomes and terrain noises and stuff like that. It's clearly my project. Dracoden, welcome in. That is wrong. That is wrong. I think he means like objects popping in and out depending on if it's in your view. I mean, all the occlusion calling and frustrum calling, that's all like kind of built into Unreal Engine. But you may have seen like some stuff floating out here. That is intentional. I'm just not rendering the terrain from super far away, so that you won't actually see that in game. I'm just doing a very small radius here. I'm generating like a radius like that big, just for testing. Where's my fireball at? There we go. It finally loaded. Async loading. Sneaky. I am so sneaky. Oh no, he's a caster. I didn't know. The casters are too strong. Wow, I just kind of stood there and stared at him, didn't I? Turns out that's not a very good combat move. I need to build the revive button. I don't have a revive button. Oh, there we go. Okay, sick. I didn't think that would work. Hope all is well this morning. It is. Hope all is well with you as well. I hope all is well with you as well. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Are the villagers a screen space effect? Running Cog, what do you mean? Screen space effect. They are vertex animated textures. Is that what you're asking? This is more an open world RPG. Well, at the moment, it's not really anything at the moment. There's still a lot of work to be done. I'm working on some of the Colony Sim things today, though. That's what I will be working on. Why are my feet going through the ground? That is, that ain't right. There we go. Yeah, my foot IK is so off right now. Do you see that? Like, it's like, okay, it's perfect. And then we settle back. He like just, it's like quicksand. Hello, I'm new here. Welcome in. Why are the rock dolls fall so slowly? It's like that one scene in Avatar where the alien guy falls off the ship. Not sure about that. Not sure what scene you're talking about, but it's because I turned physics sub-stepping on to prevent me from falling through the world. Because that happened a lot. It's just everything is placeholder right now. Nothing is finished. So yeah, if you're thinking, hey, why is this thing not looking like it probably should? It's because I just haven't done it yet. Is the answer most of the time. Usually I would jump through here and I would like fall through the ground if I fell from like super high up. Yeah, the rocks look super grainy as well. Where it's so easy, yeah. Turns out game dev is not that easy. Turns out there's a lot of shit to do. Avatar really is this generation's Fern Gully, though. Yeah. Bro, the fucking, like, the tree chopper machine from Fern Gully was terrifying as a kid. That thing scared me. So this is an actual cave that, like, we popped out some other place over here. Where are we? You planning to make it multiplayer? Yeah, I hope so. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if it's too much of a pain in the ass. Okay, we finally crashed. Is this, which one is this? Okay, this still happens. Yeah, so the cache is bad here. I don't know why. Like, I know it's because I'm doing it on a background thread. Well, this is a foreground thread. Sorry. I guarantee you this terrain chunk is in there, though. But for some reason, checking the hash is just like, nah. Nah. I wonder if it got... Let me check my other threads here. Are we writing to it in any one of the other threads? Are we writing to it somewhere? I see a whole lot of nothing. I see a whole lot of nothing. Yeah, line tracing on that thread. We're doing more line tracing on that thread. More line tracing on that thread. Yeah, we're just doing a bunch of line traces. Yeah, so nothing happened there. What's your monitor specs? Is it ultra wide? No, just a 2K monitor. Okay, let's actually do some work now. We ran around for a little bit. That was fun. That was nice. That was nice. You know, if Blueprints could remember what order I put the tabs in, that would be great. That would be great. Okay. Back to the NPC. So we've defined some of our root options here for interaction options. We're just refactoring the system a little bit. I'm not going to do anything yet. So this is on refresh interaction options. And I should be calling, like, I do call this set text options, which is what we should be doing. Which I guess this is really what needs to happen on interact, right? Which, do I have that? Oh, yeah, that's like a function. Yeah. Yeah, well, I call refresh interaction options. Oh, but I'm calling it... No, I'm calling it on self. But that's the C++ version. Not this one. So let me just do this. Can I rename you? Or are you like a... I think you might be like an actual event. Yeah, I've overrode you, so let's do this. We're gonna take you. Goodbye. Goodbye. So you're just gonna go... You're just gonna go right there, Fred. Yeah, and I need you to go there. Make root interaction options, interacting character. Boom. You can go away. Thank you for your service. Yay, align the noodles. Align them. Put some Subway Surfers on. There are plenty of other Brainrot streams you can go to. This is a 100% USDA certified Brainrot free stream. And that's my promise. Does interacting character actually need to be my player class? Let's check. Talking about breaking hard references. Okay. We're using it a lot. Get local my player character. Target is my project character. Does it have to be? Yes. Well, it has. Yeah, it has to be. But there's other ways I can do that. There's other ways I can get that. Interacting character. Choose interaction option by ID. No, that just needs an actor, so we're good there. I'll be back to troll chat later. Best of luck with your 5 coding. Get out of here. Gonna get. You better be back on Twitch. You better be over on the Twitch side of things. I will take none of this perpetrating. This can be an actor as well. Yeah, I'm thinking we get rid of the player character, and then the player controller is something we just I don't think we actually need the actual player controller. Well, no, I think we do need to cast to it because we need that on UI select event. What would the combat be like? Something like Skyrim? I'm thinking like vanilla WoW. Something maybe a little bit more interactive than vanilla WoW, but yeah, something more so like that. Getting the quest log component, but that's fine. We can get that by. So I don't need the so I don't need the player character, but I do need the player character controller. This is what I need. On interact. So interacting character, you can just be an actor, and I know you're going to throw the biggest of fits once I change this. Yes, I know. This. Let's actually like be a little cleaner if I do it here. Noodles, noodle time. Okay. Yeah, we do that, and then we're gonna compile, and you're gonna be like, me. So we gotta fix that. Oh, the HUD UI ref. Yeah, okay. Sure, I think I'm just gonna do this all through. Or you just get a local controller. I think that works, right? So actually, what we may want to do is something more like this. Let's also create a interacting player controller, because this is basically only going to be for players. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, I picked the wrong one. Ugh. My player controller. It's my controller and I want it now. What's the appeal of WoW? The RPG, the classes, the class design, the chill-paced combat, and the depth that exists therein. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of Skyrim's combat, I'll be honest. Thought they could have done a lot better. It was okay. But that first person combat like always feels like super floaty when it's just like swing weapon, hit thing. When it just feels like it's entirely screen space, you know? It doesn't feel like I'm actually swinging at something and hitting it in the world. But that's just kind of Bethesda for you. Of course I did love Skyrim. Of course I did. Of course I love Skyrim. But the combat to me left a lot to be desired. And I think you can do a lot within the bounds of a WoW-like. But like I said, I want it to be more interactive than WoW. Favorite game besides WoW? That would be RimWorld. RimWorld. Quest log component. Nice. Let's do like an is valid check on that. Okay, yay, we got rid of the player controller reference. Let's admire our handiwork. 135 megs. Mostly, the player is still here because the player controller has a reference to it, so that's okay. That's okay. Okay, so where was I before I did that? Yes, the interaction. We interact. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, we've got, well, no, I don't want all these. These are all, I should delete these anyway. I should delete all of those anyway. Let's see if these dialogue options actually show up. Oh no, I need to implement the function. Duh. No, this isn't gonna work at all. It's not gonna work. It's not going to work. We need to implement the set text options function. Where are my interface functions in Blueprints? Where have they hidden them? Interaction. Do I need to fucking add? Oh, Blueprints. It's a Blueprint native event. Blueprint callable. Where is this? Where is this? Not implemented in Blueprints. I would like to implement. I would like to implement that, please. Oh, it was just because I did spaces. Ugh, so annoying. Okay, where is my interaction stuff? Interact. There we go. Okay, so when we're setting the options, we need to get the HUD UI ref. And then I guess I need like a function to just call, but maybe I can just like get the interactions container, which I need to update that now. Okay. Mobile or PC? PC. Have you previously created any game? No. Okay, so we have, I mean, I guess we just add it dynamically now that I'm looking at this. How do I do it currently? How do I do it currently? That's just for the, that's for something different. Where was I previously doing this? Let me look here. That show interaction options widget. Oh yeah, we just create it. And then we init it here. Where do I need to add it to the HUD, right? At some point. Where do I do that at? Where do I do that part at? So this, I should be able to get rid of this eventually. Okay, there's where I do it. And we just add child on interaction options widget. Below interaction text slot. Yeah, this is nasty. This is nasty. Let's make a HUD function. I'll just do set interaction options. Yeah, I think that's fine. Set interaction options. I'll know what that means. That needs to take in a payload of interaction option. If it won't just delete all the text for no reason. Interaction option container array. I'll just call it options. And then we will need to add this to, what was it, the below blah 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 slot. Interaction text box, yes. Yes. Add child. I suppose I should probably clear it, but we'll see if we actually need that. Add child. And then the widget that I guess is created via, right now via this class, which is no longer going to be the case. How much of the game is done? Less than 5%. And so I need to, this is where I need to like loop through these, right? Because we're going to add one for like each of these. Yeah. We are going to add construct object from class. This is going to be interaction option list. Split that, go there. Oh snap, we got a lot more streams. Oh yeah, buddy. Buckle the fuck up. We got a lot more streams. Get in, loser. We're doing game dev. That's a Mean Girls reference for the younger crowd. The original quote is "Get in, loser. We're going shopping." Okay, so we added a child. We're looping. I think that's all we need to do. Well, we may need to do some extra stuff. We shall see. And I think I'll need to clear the previous. Let's go ahead and do that. I think we need to do that. Just go ahead and clear all children on this guy. Clear children. Howdy, Mankrell, welcome in. Okay. So we're going to add those children, and then when I create the options list, constructor, we just refresh options, which clears its children, loops through, adds the options, toggles which child is selected. But I think we need to, do we control that? Do we control that on the options list? I think so. But the scroll needs to be forwarded from the container. That's the hot ticket item, which we're currently. So weird that I'm binding to this in the player control, or in the NPC class. Not good. Downloading UE5 as we speak. Nice. Welcome. Welcome to the struggle. Okay, so that's refresh interaction options widget, which we don't need anymore. Yeah, so this show interaction, yeah, this all needs to be deleted. Interaction options. I guess I'm maintaining this list, which I may not need to do anymore. Is the blueprint system powerful enough, or do I need to write script too? I mean, you can do both. Nothing wrong with doing both. I do a lot of C++ myself, but plenty of games have been made only using blueprints, so it is not entirely necessary. But it kind of depends on what kind of game you're making. If you need things to be like super performant and stuff like that, you will need to write some C++. But let's go ahead and I'm just gonna fucking delete these functions, man. We don't need these. I don't need these functions holding me down in life. Okay, delete. Deleted. And then refresh interaction option widgets. Remind me where this is. Remind me where this is. I need a target button so I can actually find it. There it is. You're being called when an option gets selected. I mean, that's, yeah, we're gonna delete you too. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, you can go away. You can go away. Yep, goodbye. So we set the text options. That gets picked up by the character class and forwarded to the HUD UI, which constructs the container classes. Now I do need to bind on UI's scroll, I believe. Bind to on UI scroll. And maybe that now just happens. Hello? I thought, did I already delete everywhere I did that here? Yeah, so we're not going to be able to scroll anymore. Now, in the player controller, select world map, blah, 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 call on UI scroll. I need to bind to this, I think. But where? Where should I bind to it at? I'm thinking maybe just... Does the contain... Maybe just the container itself when it gets constructed. Construct, and then we add child. Add interaction text options. Well, that can, yeah, well, now that's not even, wait, is this not, what am I doing here? Interaction options list. Set interaction options. Array of interaction option structures. Wait, why am I confused right now? So this should have... We need to create the container. Yeah. Yeah, and then the container does that. Okay. Yeah, I was like, wait, this isn't exposed on spawn. Boom. Okay, there we go. And then this goes through, we clear the children, we loop, we add, okay, yeah, now this makes sense. Refresh, compile, save that. It's really not going to refresh for me. Container interaction. There we go. There it is. Okay, boom. Now that's forwarded. So now when this gets constructed, let's get local player controller cast to BP my player controller. Yeah, hard ref. I know. It hurts. I know. Look away. Bind to on UI scroll. Yeah, baby. Let's go. And then let's just create event here. No. Custom event. There we go. On UI scroll. Okay. And then I think, do I have like custom logic for like when this should be? Let me look here. Scroll. I'm handling scrolling in 2 different ways. Oh, it's so bad. And then we have this scroll as well. Ankrel, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Interesting. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Let's look for on UI scroll on the global level. Handle UI scroll, which is probably bound somewhere. Bind event to on UI scroll. Okay, yeah, so this needs to move from this level. Oh, I can get owning player. It's probably a better way to do that. Yeah. Okay. I'm not doing anything with the focus system, so we're gonna fucking just nuke that. Refresh options, which gets called on construct as well. So this init interaction options, all we need to do is also handle UI scroll. Okay, so the subclass cancel. Yeah, so we want add interaction text options. And I think probably handle UI scroll. So probably what do we want here? I need to call this handle UI scroll, I think. So what happens in this class? Yeah, I do need to call this from the parent class. And so I think I need an array of selected options, because this is going to be like a nested list. Let me paint out what I'm picturing. So it's going to be something like this. You know, you have like your, you know, it's like, you know, press E to talk, and then when you press that, then the menu pops up. You know, and then you got, you know, that option, you got that option, you got that option. And then, you scroll down and highlight this option. And that pops up, you click on that, it'll pop up a different menu, which right now will just be at the same level. You know, that's got options, that's got options. And then you can scroll through this one, you know, maybe you scroll down to here. And then you can keep going. It can keep nesting, you know, that goes over there to the next one. So that's why we're going to need a nested array of which ones are selected to maintain that. Because I guess we're just creating this every time it refreshes. Every time like the player selects one of those, it's going to recreate the whole tree. Which I don't know if that's like necessary, or I don't know how bad that is. I actually don't understand a whole lot about the Unreal Engine UI system. But that's how we're doing it now. So let's maintain we're going to need an array of selected options. Well, let's call this highlighted options. Highlighted options. And is there an is valid index? There is. Okay, wonderful. And I guess I need some way to like clear this out too, because I don't want it to maintain. Yeah, we're gonna need some way to like end the interaction. We'll need to call back here and reset the state, I think. Highlighted options. So basically, if this is a valid index, then we're in some subset state, I think. Otherwise, we'll need to like initialize it, you know? If it's not valid index, then I suppose we'd like add, and yeah, we would just want that to be 0, because we would start at 0 for whichever one is selected. Let's do this first, because we may need to pass that in. So we would do something like this. Highlight options. If we have a valid index, let's use it. We're going to do highlighted options, get a copy, doesn't matter really, right after this. And so I guess we're just going to do this, right? And then I need to pass in this index here. So we need selected child index. Yeah, that needs to be exposed on spawn as well. Refresh, please. Thank you. And then we pass that in. Beautiful. And then I would just need some way to clear options. And then all that's going to do is, I guess we're going to empty this. No, empty it. Clear. Okay. God damn, I hate how they change the names of... Like, it's called empty in C++. Can we just call it empty here too? Is that too much to ask for? We're going to clear that, and then I suppose we would want to do this as well. Maybe even do that first. Honestly. Okay. Let's do a sequence. I think it'll be a little cleaner. Let's call this like init highlighted option. And then we build the option. Wonderful. And so when this gets constructed, we will have the highlighted option toggle child selected. And I think that just works, because we're just going to get child at the index toggle selected on it after we refresh the options. Beautiful. Beautiful. So that just works. Okay. So where is my end interaction? Where is my end interaction? Self, interacting character. Which are GPU 3080 Ti. Do I don't have this implemented here, do I? Do I? Let me check. Yeah, we do have this implementation, so I can override it real quick. Yeah, let's do end interaction. No, I want to event end interaction. Here we go. Add a call to the parent function, and then we need the HUD UI ref. Clear. Oh, I need to. I can do that, but that's kind of annoying. Set interaction options, and I'll just say clear interaction options as well. I mean, I guess I need to make it a constructor. So maybe I can just do the clear interaction widget content. So I set content to null. I mean, yeah, let's just, we'll in case we need. In case we need it for something else as well. And I suppose we'll need to add that function on the destruction method then. But I guess we're going to be creating a new one. We maybe don't need it actually, because it's going to have a new state. Yeah, I actually don't think we need that because we're going to be clearing the state anyway. Ooh. We'll leave it there for now. Leave it there for now. Okay, let's handle scrolling properly now. So we need to bind to scrolling on this container. We have bound to scroll. So we have this scroll event. And so I need to get the last index here. And let's check if this is a valid index first before we do anything. Okay, so if we have a valid index there, get this option. Well, no, I guess I need to get children, right? Get children of this guy. I need to get child at. Yeah, that's much better. And I guess I can just do this. I hope this checks for validity. Yeah, it does. Okay. Beautiful. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. And I'm just going to rely on those two things being aligned. The interaction options containers list and the horizontal options. And it should be. Cast to the options list. Then we were going to handle UI scroll. So we're only doing this on the last one. On Poipus. Because only the last one is going to be the one that the user is currently interacting with. And I guess I'll need to handle going back in the list if you should so choose. Handle the UI scroll there. Handle UI scroll. Turn it to an int. Widget has... Oh, I guess I am using the focus. Okay. So maybe I do need to do that. I don't know. I don't know if I'm... Yeah, I may need to use the little focus system I built. I may need to use that. So we're going to construct this. And then we need to set focus on the last one. Can I just get my game state? There we go. Set focus. Widget. Okay, hang on. Was it in here? Or I think I already deleted it. That widget focus. What are you returning? My game state object reference. Oh, and I need to cast it to a my game state. Okay, I see. Well, okay. There we go. I need to do that. User widget. Wait, what is this? It's a widget object and it needs a user widget. What's the difference? What's the difference? Elf. Do I just cast to user widget? Which may be null, and that's fine. Okay, so yeah, we do set the focus. So when handle scroll is here, hopefully that works for the right one. Well, if we're already checking which one is focused, I guess that's just for, that's also for like conflicting with other widgets outside of this. But I mean, we're already like forwarding it properly, so a little bit of extra work there for no reason, but I think it's fine for now because we may end up using the focus system I built there a lot more. Okay. Init interaction options. Yeah, so I do need to handle the starts the first option as selected. Bind event to on UI scroll, set focus to last option list. Let's do this here. Just do pure cat. Well, I don't know. Game state may or may not be. May or may not be true. So we'll just do that. Bind to event. Drag that all the fucking way over there. Bind event to on UI scroll, and then we'll just call it once on UI scroll. Okay, I have to like, okay, on UI scroll. Yeah, just manually call it. Is not a, oh, right. Yeah, I can't do that until the end. So we're just gonna, okay, back to what we were doing. This is why I hate blueprints. The organization is just, it seems very subpar. They're just having a textual, very slick IDE textual interface where everything is discrete. Okay. So we've handled the scroll. Now I don't think we need any of this anymore. We set to visible. Yeah, I think we can delete all of this now. Init interaction options. So let's see where this is being called from. Like, look how long this find takes. I hate that. So we have it here, init interaction options. And so here I'm going to need to change this to set options on the interacting character. So let's refresh dialog data. Where are you called from? Right, right. That makes sense. That makes sense. Refresh dialog data called from here, from the NPC character. Local HUD, dialog window, yeah. Okay. Handle talk selected. I do need to pass the interacting character through here. Although I think we just have that now, right? How do I like expand all of these? Nothing. Okay. Yeah, I have the interacting character saved, so we can just do this wrong way. We do need to add it here. Character, interacting character. Cast to interaction interface. That's text options. And then that goes there. Array of interaction option structures. Okay, so we need to update that. Container. An array of containers. Yeah. I struggle reading blueprints. I do too. It's very hard to follow. Like, especially when you have like the giga blueprints, like it just gets so, and like the editor like built around it, like it just doesn't, the tab order changes, the back and forward buttons don't work, like the Control Z, like the undo method in blueprints, and the back and forward, like on your mouse back and forward, it works the opposite as it does in like a code editor. Like you press back and forward in a code editor, and you will see how I switched files back forward. Like that's very nice. In blueprints, it doesn't do that. It does the back within the same file, which is never what I want, right? I want to go to wherever I just was, even if it's in a different file. But when you press Control Z, that only works within the file that you're in, because you want to see what changes you're making, right? You don't want a change to happen in another file that you don't know. But in blueprints, it's opposite. When you press Control Z, it will undo something you did in some other file, and you will have no idea. You'll have no idea what it was. Bad. I am working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain. And honestly, can I play now? Okay, we have a few errors. Right. Okay. So once I finish this, I can show it off here in a second. Interaction option container, and then we need to pass in the interacting character there. Yeah, and then all of these need to change. Shit, okay. Which I suppose isn't too bad, actually. Yeah, but with complex low-level thing, you're supposed to use C++, right? I mean, you don't have to. Is it a good idea? In most cases, probably it's a good idea. But you by no means have to, unless the only way to do it is in C++. Then you have to. But that goes without saying. Okay, can I play the game now? Okay, yeah, here's the game. Here's my procedural terrain algorithm. Look at it go. We have underground caves, we have concavity. Crazy getting that working. Was an amazing feat. Twitch follow bong, welcome in. I can't finish any of my projects. I just get bored after implementing the main gimmick of the game, then leave. It sounds like you need a bigger game. This is the only one I've worked on, so, I mean, my advice would not be necessarily what works for you. I've been working on this for over 2.5 years now. Oh, this is game development? For some reason, if it's learning something I'm in. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely pick some things up from here. So this is all procedurally generated. And here's the world. I am in the Echoing Fens. So this world map is procedurally generated as well. Every pixel on this map is a terrain chunk. So it relates to each one of these terrain chunks that I click on. And then each one of these terrain chunks gets its information as to what it should render from that map. I have a height map compute shader, I have a 3D noise compute shader, and then I have a custom marching cubes compute shader that stitches them together. And that's how we get like these, this real nice landscape with these big hills and stuff like that. I have 2 different zones here with different noise, and then I have a mountain range that separates them. And then we have the 3D noise underneath, and it all connects together. And because of that marching cubes shader that does all the number crunching for me, I can like stitch them together and like punch out the sections where the 3D noise shows through. This is Unreal Engine. This is Unreal Engine. So yeah, this is my, that's like kind of my pride and joy. It is destructible, but it doesn't work very well. And then we have a, it's going to be Colony Sim as well. So I built my own like ECS system, which is just a type of architecture that you can use to like very efficiently operate like thousands and thousands of things. And those are going to be my colonists. And you can see some out there. Click on this guy. Jail Stonebridge is his name. And what I'm hoping for is the whole world to be running at all times, or at least as much as possible. And so you might build a colony here, but then you want to go explore, so you go all the way out here to Emberwatch Basin. But your colony is still running, right? It's still, if you sent guys out into the forest to chop trees, they're going to be out there chopping trees. And if there's some wolves in the forest, they're going to get attacked by those wolves, whether or not you're there, So that's, and your base can get raided. I have a building system here, so your base can get like raided or something like that. And there's going to be AI ran colonies that you can interact with, maybe trade with, maybe attack, maybe they attack you, there's going to be relationships and factions like that. And it'll be like RimWorld in that it's a smaller scale colony sim. And the reason I want that is to form a stronger bond with your individual colonists. And I think it'll, because it's also an RPG and not like a top-down colony sim, it's, if I did it large scale, that would be very hard for the player to like manage that. I'm gonna have to come up with a lot of techniques to translate the colony sim genre into an RPG. And I know there's some games out there that have done this already. Medieval Dynasty is the one I have in my mind. I haven't played it yet, but I should definitely take a peek at what they've done and how they've handled it. Work is going good. Welcome in, Shadow Arc. Welcome, welcome. I like the little guy in the corner with the keys. Yeah, he's fun. Bedwetter. Bedwetter is back. Don't worry, guys. You guys have dry beds, fear not, because the bedwetter is here to make them nice and moist for you. But yeah, there's the world. Let's see if we have options now. Let's see if we wired everything up together properly. Okay, this is Jail Stonebridge. Jail, talk to me. Okay, I have 0 options now. Okay, we got nothing. We got nothing. Okay. Let's start with the interact. We should be calling set. Ooh. Well, I don't use that anyway, but well, that should be self. Yeah, not that is definitely not going to make a difference. But let's just make sure that we get here. We'll see. He's like a giga fail. Okay, so yeah, we get there. And so we should be constructing the interaction options container. Let's make sure we're getting to add interaction options next. We're not. We are not. Okay, so that's where we're failing. So we should be doing, we do definitely call this, right? Like there's no way we don't. Yeah, we do. So we construct that. Why is the constructor method not... Why is that not getting called? Do I have a misunderstanding about what the construction method is for? Or am I constructing the wrong thing? I am constructing... Oh, I'm not adding it to anything. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. So it's like starting probably as like, probably starting. Oh my God, I broke everything. Okay, now I have to restart. Are you going to try and optimize some of the rendering pipeline in Unreal, or are you not going to touch it? I have no idea. Way too early to tell. Let's go into our test level. Or should we explore some... Let's explore some new seeds. That's more fun, right? Let's find a new seed. We're at 320. Let's go 321. So here's a nice flat. Oh, and we have a massive mountain right behind us. Cool. Dude, this is like the fucking... the wall in Game of Thrones, man. It's huge. Huge. Now I'm just in the shadow of this massive, That's pretty cool. Okay. Where's our guy at? Jail. Okay. Yay, we got here. Okay. Do we have options now? No, we still don't have options. Okay, pause. Well, let's we'll escape. And hopefully we can do some compiling during runtime. Okay, so we did get through there. So we were constructing the container. We got through here. Maybe let's make sure that those options are actually populated. Let's see here. I have one. Oh my God, why is it so bad? Yeah, I do have options. Yes, we have options. Okay, so let's see if we get to UI interaction options list. We should get to that construction method. We do. It has the options. We clear children on the options box. We add option, which is interaction text. Let's make sure we get there, and then let's make sure we get there. We do get there. Wonderful. And we do get here. Is it invisible? Are we invisible? Hang on. Let me check the default visibility here. And of course, I can't see it. Are you serious? Okay, no, here we go. Where is the... Is it here? Visible but not hit testable. Okay. Visible. That has no visibility. Did I spell it wrong? I did. Oh, it's visibility. That would make sense. They should all be visible, no? Oh, I wonder if the below text interaction slot or whatever is visible or not. Let's go there. Can I see your visibility? It should be visible. But I know I can do something fancy here. Okay, talk, and then pause. And then widget reflector. Right? And then can't you like... Okay. Where is my interaction text box options? I would like this too. I don't need to see the memory address. Like, I don't need that. I don't need that. I do have interaction text box options. UI interaction text box. Okay, that's a different thing. Why not, like, what are we doing here? Do I need to set content? I guess that's what I do. That's what I do for the other thing. Is that what we're doing wrong? And I broke everything again. Okay, so we cannot be, and now my pathfinding failed. Or did it? Repro, what's up? Welcome in. Okay, yeah, I broke everything. Yeah, I don't, like, so there are these, like, widget slots, I guess they're called, or something like that. And, I was doing add child, and I guess it's set content, maybe. Maybe that's what I was doing, because I couldn't actually find the slot or anything on there. That was a nice seed. I did like that seed. We'll do that one again. A nice wall. Okay. Can I spawn some guy? Wait, did that change actually take effect? Oh god, they're all out of order again. They are all out of order again. So HUD, dialog, container, okay. And it was in HUD. Set content, okay. Okay, so we're still not getting anything. We are still not getting anything. Okay, let's make sure. Yeah, we have to let him roam around, or else it'll break when I compile. That's interaction options, which does, we verified that this is getting called. That content. Let me just put something like in here, because right now we just have this options container. Let's just like put something stupid in here. Sure, a border with some min padding and stuff. Sure, we'll see if that gets added. Yeah, that guy didn't even want to talk to me. It's not adding nothing. Now I'm kind of upset that I deleted all that code. That previously. Is there a debug option? My HUD. No slate widget. What does that mean? Can I view what it looks like? Simulating. Jared, welcome in. Is there an add child to panel function option or something with widgets like horizontal box? You have to use the add child to horizontal box function. I've never needed to do that before. I've always just done add child, and that's worked fine for every single case. That's why, which is why I thought. That content, add child, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I've always just done that. I mean, yeah, there's only the add child function. So yeah. Oh, Hasty Wasty, welcome. What's up? Low interaction text slot. Can I see like what the content is here? Yeah, I don't know if there's a way for me to like breakpoint it at the right time to even see that. There is like, it says no slate widget. I don't know what that means. It feels like that means that it's not. I don't know what that means actually. Let me do the widget reflector thing again. I do have an interaction options list. Wait a second. It's opening the interaction text box? Huh? Oh, there is another one for the other options. Right. Yeah, I don't see the container at all. Can I search? Can I search here? I don't think so. I can filter. Okay, so back to the beginning. Go to interact. Back to the beginning. Yes. Yes. Set text options, which we have traced all this through, so we know these are getting hit. So we call set interaction options on the HUD UI ref. We get here. I know this. We hit the breakpoints here. We are constructing the UI and adding it to the below text interaction slot, which let's look at this. Where is this below text interactions box used at? Can I find all references? Oh. Yeah, so I do just do the set content here. And then we set it to null. And maybe we're getting some conflict where we're clearing it right after. Get content is blah, 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 blah. Clear interaction options. Which I clear children. Yeah, let's just put some breakpoints on here. So we make sure we're not just like clearing the content right afterwards. So we set content. I guess we'll do that too. Why not? Why not? So breakpoint there. That interaction options. Well, no, that's the one. That's the. Well, I guess we need to know what order it happens in, so we might as well do that too. Handle build mode text. That's not even being called. Okay. That's not even being called. Okay, so let's see what happens then. Yeah, I do know that, yeah, we cleared it. Yes, yes. Oh God, okay. Yeah, that one, let's clear that one. Okay, so we get here, we clear. And he looked away, so that's why that happened. God, this is hard. Oh my god, I hate how this works. Yes, okay, so we're constructing. Okay, and then nothing clears. Yeah, these are just screen widgets or whatever. Which, yeah, I was just going to add, can we do something more substantial than just a border? Because I do clear, let's wrap this with a different box. Sure. What image should we do? We'll do that, sure. He's running. We got a runner. Yeah, so the this is not, it's just not getting fucking added, but I'm not sure what else to, I mean, okay, maybe I need to set the invisibility to true. Is that the issue? I think that's probably just the issue. I have too many functions on here. And I've broken it. Okay, we're gonna go back to the test level. We're going to the test level. Let's spawn one colonist. Can I get a colonist that can't move? Yeah. We can't run. Okay, now I don't. Now because he can't move. Uh-oh, what was this? Huh. Oh, that was the interaction options widget was null here. Oh, I guess, yeah, I don't construct that actually here anymore, so. Get interaction subtext component, interaction option. Oh. Forgot about this. Interaction, yeah. Get interaction subtext component. Interaction subtext component. That's how it gets added. What if I skipped that? What if I skipped that? Because it's probably setting it equal to a null widget. There it is. Yep, there it is. Okay, I forgot I did that system. What do I want to do about that? Well, first of all, let's get rid of the replace with child. There we go. Okay, I forgot about that. What do I want to do? Let's go back and look at that. Yeah, so none of these selections work now because the functions aren't wired up to anything. So I built this system to such that there's an interface for interaction, and then whatever I'm interacting with gives the interface what should be displayed here. And so my NPC was giving it a null thing. Do I still want to do that? Because then now we, now what? I created that fucking interface function to just set the text. Which is nice because now I can just do that whenever. This one has to be called from like an external lifecycle. Do I like that? I don't know if I like that. Hi, bro. Could you please guide me as an intern? Sure. Yes, yeah, so do I want to set it? I think I want to set it. That seems so much better. I literally need your guidance. Okay. What do you need guidance on? Let me just remind myself how I do this. Yeah, so update interact widget. This probably gets called... This probably gets called whenever the interaction trace changes. It gets called on interaction trace update, yeah. Whenever interaction happens. I need a path to become a high-value paid software engineer. Okay. What's stopping you? I don't know what I want to do here. Because it is nice to be able to have things just be able to create a component and be like, hey, here's my component. Is it okay to treat shaders as arrays? That sentence doesn't make sense. Tell me what you think a shader is. And tell me your definition of shader and array. Because that sentence doesn't really make sense. So, yeah, I don't know how I want this system to work, because right now everything just gives the UI what should be displayed when it's being interacted with. I'm not getting any job opportunities to learn the real practical issues. Yeah, I mean, if you can't prove that you can do the real things, then yeah, no one's going to give you an opportunity to do so. Like, you can't wait for people to give you an opportunity. You need to make them yourself, right? You need to work on your own projects and put them on your resume. You know, do things that are cool, exciting, related to what you want to do. You know, the cooler they sound, the better they are too. You need free time projects. You have to show that you can do it. You have to show them that you can do it. So you need to work on some interesting side projects, put them on an open GitHub repo so people can look at them with instructions on how to run it and play it. Make sure that actually works. You know, if you can put the words AI anywhere on your resume, that's a bonus. Do you have a portfolio? Nope. Oh, I'll show you I can do it. Dumpy. Yeah, get that dumpy. Yeah, put the dumpy on the resume too. Be like, also have thick dumpy. Please hire. Yeah, so I don't know what I want to do. I like being able to set it because then I don't have to wait for these like certain events to happen. So that's nice. I'm doing this on my own now. Yep, just got to keep going. And yeah, I would say anything, if you can just do anything with AI to, I mean, that'll will probably just get your resume looked at more nowadays. Back in my heyday, it was home automation. So that was the hot thing that I put on my resume. I wrote like a fucking motion detection algorithm. I put like, I can turn my coffee pot on from anywhere in the world, which today is not very impressive, but back then it was. This was like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, that was impressive. How to be consistent. In what? You gotta give me more context than that, my dude. Oh boy, what do I want this system to do? So I guess it technically works ish, but now it's gonna be broken on things like buildings. Yeah, because now my below interaction options thing doesn't show up. Instead of running shaders at runtime, I was wondering treating shaders as arrays by using static function. So it wouldn't be running all the time. Just leave it be and be used when it needs to. Instead of running, that's what a shader's for, though. Well, I mean, you're just talking about saving data, which, again, tell me what your definition of a shader is. Tell me what you think a shader is. Because one of us is having a misunderstanding. It might be me, but I would hazard a guess as to say you might not know what a shader is and what it's for. Terra TRF official, welcome in. I think they need to learn more about shaders and arrays. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that's what I was saying before as well. That's why I asked for the he asked about it before, and I asked him for his definition of array and shader. So maybe I'll just give you an array is a data structure in a programming language. 50 shaders of gray. 50 shaders of array. That was funny. Thank you for that, Zenthor. That was a good comment. An array is a data structure in a programming language, and it just stores a list of things, a sequence of things, just multiple of a thing. And you can decide what that thing is. It can just be integers. It can be, you know, a custom class that you made. A shader is it's a chunk of usually HLSL code. High level shader language is what that stands for. And usually there's different types, but usually what a shader is for is to display something on the screen. It is the rendering side of programming. Now shader, there are also compute shaders, and I use these for my procedural terrain generation. You can use a compute shader to do a bunch of data crunching, but it is essentially just code that runs on the GPU. It's like a script that runs on the GPU. So a chunk of code. And so shaders, you say instead of running shaders at runtime, like they are meant to run at runtime. If they didn't run at runtime, they wouldn't do anything. Now, you can use shaders to get data, to get arrays out of them. I do that. That's what I do for my procedural terrain, but it's just data, right? So if you're trying to use a shader to just do some data crunching and save the data, yeah, that's totally possible. You can do that. You wouldn't necessarily need to do that like a shader is, I don't know how else to say this. It's meant to run at runtime. If you're not running a shader at runtime, then you're kind of wasting, like you would just write out whatever you're doing in CPU code. Like it would be so much easier if you're just going to save data, you know, like, or bake it or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone who's better with rendering terminology can explain it better than I can, because I'm still quite new to the rendering side of game dev. Anyways, let's figure out what the hell I'm doing with this little UI system here. So I guess I can probably have two methods of how it works. Get interaction subtext component. And that is called from... Where is that called from again? It's somewhere. Update interact. Yeah, here. We get the interaction subtext component. I wonder if that's null. Let's just not do anything. But then, like, what if I want to clear it, right? Ugh, these two systems conflict with each other, and I hate it. I hate it. It's like, do I want to do a push or a pull here? And I want both. I want to have my cake and eat it too. What's your opinion on stop killing games as a dev? Yeah, so I guess one thing about all the pirate software controversy is that it actually made me look into it, right? Because I didn't understand what the controversy was. And I guess now I understand it as people want ownership over the things that they buy. And I 100% get that and support that notion of it. And I think the games industry, and honestly just all industries, all software industries are pushing for you to not actually own the software that you pay for. And it's a kind of a gray area right now in a lot of countries, in the US especially. And like, yeah, right now you don't really, like, usually what you're paying for when you pay for software is paying for access to the software or paying for a license to use the software. So you don't actually own the software. Now that everything is like streaming, like we don't even like buy you don't even own like copies of movies anymore or anything like that. And so I know the Stop Killing Games came from, like, there was this like largely single player game, or it might have been entirely single player, but it required an online connection to play. And the online connection part of it shut down, and then no one was able to play it anymore. And so they got pissed off, and rightfully so. I would be too. And so they're trying to push for legislation, or they're trying to push legislators to come up with legislation to prevent that kind of thing from happening. That's my understanding of it. There is, I mean, I think it just comes down to, it all depends on how the laws are implemented. I think it's going to be really hard to get something implemented that actually makes sense. And two, I think it's going to be really hard to get all these fucking old ass politicians to give a shit about video games. Like, I think they would be better off not making it about video games and making it about ownership of software in general. So I think just putting video game on it is by default not taken seriously. And I think it, like and I'm all for, you know, getting some legislation on that, but I think where it's going to get difficult is when you have, say, you know, a live service game, and you know, it shuts down for whatever reason. They shut down the servers. Now, Stop Killing Games wants the company to give that to the players in some way so that they can play it in some capacity. It's still kind of vague as to what that means, but they just want politicians to do something about it. And so my question is, what do you expect to happen when, like, because like right now there are tons and tons of World of Warcraft private servers, and it's not even like open or anything. People have literally reverse engineered the server technology for World of Warcraft, and then they've wired up the World of Warcraft client to that server. It's a private server. People play on it without paying Blizzard. You know, Blizzard has shut some of these servers down and stuff like that, but the point is, like, that will happen with you know, let's say Stop Killing Games gets some legislation in place where the company does have to provide that kind of a functionality. They have to allow players to play it in some capacity. Players will create their own private servers for live service games. For single player games, it's very straightforward, but for live service games, they will create their own servers. Now, what happens when the maintainers or creators of these private servers start getting money from it? And so they literally start making money off the IP of the company. What happens then? And what if we have a situation, and like the way they get money for these private servers is usually like, it costs money to run a server, right? So they accept donations. And even if you don't do it for profit, like there's still going to be people who do it for profit, and they will give players items in the game for real life money. So they will be making money off of these private servers. They will be making money off of a company's copyrighted IP. What happens then? And what happens if these private servers get more popular than the game ever was? Like, how does the ownership work there? Like, does the company get all the money from that? Like, does the company have to do a cease and desist? Like, what? That's where it gets really gray and vague for me. And so if a company does a cease and desist, it's like, okay, what's the point of allowing players to kind of play it on their own when it shuts down then? Because companies are not going to like players making money, even if it's just like, even if the maintainer or runner of the server is like, yeah, I'm only accepting donations to pay for the server costs. Like, that's still kind of a gray area, because it's like, what are you gonna have to do? Like, get audited to make sure that you're not actually taking the money as profit? How does that work? What if the server's in another country that doesn't give a shit? You know, that's how private servers work today. They just stand up a server in fucking Russia or something that doesn't give a shit about US laws. And then the cease and desist means nothing. And so in those cases, I struggle to come up with an answer that actually works. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm all for like wanting to own software that you actually pay for and stuff. But it's also not like, if we take that concept and apply it to just like non-video game software, like, it doesn't make sense to pay for a subscription to a piece of software. I guess this does. I'll say this doesn't happen today. Maybe it should make sense, but you don't pay for a subscription to some, maybe it's some business, maybe like QuickBooks or some shit. You're paying for a sub for that. The company shuts down. Like, they don't give you software after that, right? That's not what happens. Maybe it should. But yeah, the whole movement has a whole lot of implications for the entire software industry. And I think it's going to be very, very difficult to get anything meaningful passed that is actually effective. For single player games, it's very straightforward. But for the live service games, where there's an actual server component that costs money to run, it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. And obviously, in the example that started the movement, it was called like Crew or whatever, this single player game that just required an online connection. Yeah, like, obviously, that's kind of fucking stupid, right? And like, even if you write a law that says like, hey, okay, if you have to let the players play the game if it's a single player game, but it's just like, how do you define single player at that point, right? Because the companies are just going to stand up a server and make you connect to it just so that they maintain ownership over it. I don't know. It's going to be really difficult to do anything about it. Dan, does that answer your question, Harold? Like, yeah, like, how do you force a company to do that? And like, what do you consider a playable state, you know? Because I think that's the wording that they use on their like website. It's like you have to play it in some aspect. It's like, okay, well, you can boot up the game and walk around, but if nothing works, then it's like, is that really playable? I don't know. I don't know. I think I've lost so many people on this rant, but that's okay. When are my meetings? Do I have meetings today? How long do I have here? I have no meetings today. Oh, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. Okay. So yeah, if anyone else has any thoughts there, feel free to chime in. The nuance is a little frustrating because predatory companies are a problem. Yeah, it's like bad actors just ruin it for everyone, right? But forcing a game developer to keep servers online ad infinitum, well, I don't think anyone's advocating for that. Or to relinquish their source code and IP seems heavy-handed and uninformed. Yeah, I mean, they just want... It's not even necessarily open sourcing it. It's just letting the players have a copy of it, or like having a client that can actually play the game in some way. So it might be something like, let's use World of Warcraft as an example. Like if WoW shut down and players like, you know, paid for the game, like the game that they would have paid for would have been like an expansion, and then like there just needs to be like an offline mode, essentially. That would be the concession. But obviously that's like having to keep that and maintain that is extra work on the company. For the live service games, it's just like what you're paying for is access to the servers. Like that's what you're paying for, right? And then in their terms of service, it's like you can't use the client to connect to non-official servers. And so if the law is just like, you know, if you shut down a live service game, you have to let the users use the client to connect to non-official servers. But then it gets back to my original point of like, if you start making money off that, then what happens? And what if they come out with a WoW 2 and they want everyone to play WoW 2, but everyone's on private servers playing WoW 1? It could literally hurt the company. And yeah, my argument for that would be like, well, just make a better game, right? If everyone wants to play WoW 1, just go back to doing that. But it's still a gray area. And so I think it's going to be really difficult. Pavel. I'm trying to get into software dev. I have learned the basics of SQL as my first project. I made a database using access with inventory, wastages, invoices, etc. But when I send the file to someone, they get a warning that the file could be malicious. I assume that's because the custom SQL queries. Is there something I can do to prevent it? That's the kind of thing you should ask Google. I do not have the specifics of how an access database is opened on other people's computers. That is, I would Google search. What did you say here? Access database malicious file warning on Google. But it's the part that is nuanced and gray for me. It's just the making money from it, and like in what state, and like those aren't really specified in the movement, and they just want like legislators to come up with that. But I don't really trust the current generation of legislators to come up with any meaningful legislation on it. And also, I think any legislation you come up for it can't only apply to video games. It would have to apply to software, and if that happens, then there are a lot bigger players in the race that will probably prevent that from happening. So unfortunately, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I don't think it is. Adder, you big time agree. Shame Thor is getting bombed, but I think people were just looking for an excuse. Yeah, I mean, he has been just a house of cards, hasn't he? It's kind of crazy. I am American, yes. Kind of crazy, like the domino effect that has happened just because he roached on a fucking WoW hardcore dungeon. But Adder, that's the misinformed take on the movement. The movement is not saying that that companies are being forced to keep games online. That's the incorrect pirate software take. No one is saying that. And that's what pirate software is getting brigaded about. No one is saying that companies have to keep games online forever. Yeah, he isn't getting bombed, he lied. Well, both can be true. Both can be true. Once Netflix is out of business, I demand access to all movies and shows that were ever offered on Netflix because I paid like $100 in the past few years. It's a close example, Denik. But I think a closer example would be if you paid Netflix per thing that you watched, right? Like what if you paid $5 for everything you watched, right? And what you actually paid for was just access to watch it on Netflix. And then Netflix shuts down. Now all that money, all those movies you thought you like all those movies that the software presented to you as you owned, you don't actually own, they go away. You can't use them anymore. Now, what the movement would be saying is like, oh, Netflix should allow you to download copies of those because you paid for them. But that's not how the model works. So I don't think Netflix is a perfect corollary for what the movement is saying. Well, if they don't keep it online, they have to relinquish it to the players, right? Well, the wording that they used is something along the lines of they want companies to give it to the players in some playable state. It's super vague. And yeah, it's not, they want legislators to come up with the verbiage and stuff. Forget about stop killing games. The more important question is how wrong pirate software is. Yeah, I mean, and you can see it's affecting people's opinion on it. Like Odd and Adder, love you guys, but that is the take that pirate software had. He thought that stop killing games was forcing games to stay online. It's not at all. And it's not even like relinquishing it to the players doesn't mean like giving the source code either, or giving rights to IP. But there are so many edge cases that it just makes it hard to legislate that. The stop killing games thing is vague at this point because that's how every EU citizens initiative starts. Letting legislature come up with software legislation is ill-advised on all fronts. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Where it's like, yeah, I don't really have confidence on the current generation of legislators to come up with anything that's meaningful. And I think if you come up with anything that's meaningful, it's going to impact software in general, not just video games. And when that happens, every single of the largest companies is now going to have skin in the game, and they're going to prevent that from happening because they don't want to allow people to own software, right? Because that makes their job harder. Google, Microsoft, Netflix, and like literally all these giant companies now become involved. Are you using ALS for the animation? Yes. I'm using the ALS community refactored C++ version. Not the motion matching one. We can all agree our government is garbage. Yeah, it's definitely like, I think the best thing that you can do right now is make it clear to consumers what they're paying for. I think that's probably the best thing you can do right now that doesn't like impact anyone really that bad. If you're paying for Netflix, you have to make it clear you don't own any of the movies. You're just paying for access to the movies. If you're paying for a World of Warcraft subscription, you're not paying for the game. You don't get the game. What you do is you get a client that can connect, that you're only allowed to use to connect to official servers, and you're paying for access to the servers, and the client is not allowed to connect to any other servers. Because that is what the law is right now. But I think people expect to actually own things. Now, in the case of like the Crew example, that's a pretty egregious example because it was like a 99% single player game as far as I understand, and then it just required an online connection to play. I don't know why, but like that's an example where it's like, if you were upfront about what the end user is paying for, or am I paying for the game, or am I paying to have access to the game? And it sounds like it was the latter, which, why would anyone pay for that game if it's like that? I mean, players keep forking over money for it, so that's why the companies keep getting away with it, because they can. We're paying for the license to play only. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And I mean, is that how it should continue? No, no, not at all. That's horrible. And I think that like companies are just going to keep getting away with it. So I understand wanting the movement, and I hope something does happen. I just don't think anything will. Nothing that actually is effective or meaningful, unfortunately. Thor focused on one scenario and decided not to support because of that, while there are other scenarios that do deserve support. I mean, he was just literally wrong about the scenario, though. Like, it wasn't even a real scenario. So yeah, I think it's really, really difficult. It's a really, really difficult area. And of course, our legislators don't understand. They literally don't understand that nuance. Because all of our current legislators grew up in a world where there were no digital assets, right? Like, for them, it's like, you ever go over to your parents' house and they just like don't, you know, I understand too. It's like very difficult to come to terms with when you've grown up in a world where everything is physical. Like, there are no imaginary assets, right? Other than ideas. And now you have this like type of asset that can be infinitely copied for zero cost and accessed by anyone in the world instantly. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. These are all interesting and enlightening takes. What do you do? I'm a software engineer for my job, but I'm doing some game dev today. Really, we're just yapping about stop killing games. The language wasn't in the document. He's inferring what it means for live service games. I mean, I read their FAQ, and they spelled it out pretty clearly that they do not mean what Thor was saying. So, like, if he just read the FAQ, it would have been clear. Clearer, I should say. Super vague, and that also creates a massive rip because it leaves everyone to fill in the blanks, like myself and Thor. I mean, like, here's where I went. Let me see here. StopKillingGames.com. I went here. This is where I got all my information, and this pretty much cleared it up for me. Wouldn't what you're asking ban online-only games? You know, shit like that. Can you really expect all features in an online game to work when support ends? Not necessarily. We understand some features can be impractical. That said, we want to see the ability to continue playing the game in some form. See, like, what does that mean? Playing the game in some form. As a reasonable demand from companies that have customers have given money to. There's a large difference between a game missing some features versus being completely unplayable in any form. But it's just like, in some form could just mean walking around in a completely empty world, right? Walking around in the developer test level. Like, you know, it's like, aren't you asking companies to support games forever? Isn't that unrealistic? No, we're not asking for that at all. We're in favor of publishers ending support for a game whenever they choose. What we're asking for is that they implement an end-of-life plan to modify or patch the game so that it can run on customer systems with no further support from the company being necessary. We agree that it's unrealistic to expect some companies to support games indefinitely and do not advocate for that in any way. Have you seen Thor's Animal Well stream? He Googled every puzzle on the second monitor. Yeah, I haven't seen the streams, but I've seen the clips and the live stream fail stuff, you know. Yeah, and the, what was the other one? Outer Wilds as well. A client authoritative game that requires some auth API to function is obviously predatory. I mean, there's so much nuance there still already. I mean, client authoritative, like, just because one client is authoritative doesn't mean that every client that plays it is authoritative, right? There could be a peer-to-peer server thing, you know. But I guess in that case, you wouldn't need an online server. I don't know. I guess in that case, you wouldn't need an online server to actually run it, so support could continue. That's just semantics, yeah. Playable, yeah. Do you think it's funny the US and UK government has two opposing initiatives going at the same time? One half of the senior citizens want to ban games entirely because they're all bad and violent and addictive. Is that actually, I mean, I think people have been LARPing that for a while. I've never thought that that's actually a serious initiative. Stop killing games seems like an actual serious initiative. Points like these will be expanded on at a later date when it actually reaches Parliament. Yeah, and that's what I keep saying is like they want legislation to kind of decide that, but I don't have any confidence in that. Like, even if they were competent on these issues, I still don't think that there's a great set of legislation that is effective and meaningful with no loopholes. Right, so budgeting for a massive dedicated server architecture, migration to peer-to-peer. Yeah, I mean, that's one plan, right? That is one way to do it. No, he's just smart. He worked at Blizzard, guys. I do think he's getting, like, an inordinate amount of hate, but also he's not doing himself any favors, is he? I like the idea of clear service agreements and clear end-of-life protocol. Yeah, I think that's the best thing that can happen out of this, is just, like, make it clear up front. But, like, that is what a terms of service agreement is, right? So I don't know how much more clear you can make it without just bombarding the user with more text than they could possibly read and understand, right? So, yeah, I hope something does happen from it, but I highly doubt it. I very highly doubt it. I would put money on nothing happening. There was a renewed push to add more restrictions on games with the mindset of addiction. Yeah, I don't know. Gamers are too strong a community to do anything against. My biggest worry is lobbyist groups. I mean, even if there weren't lobbyist groups, I don't think you can legislate this effectively. Because like I said, we already have terms of service agreements, which do spell out that kind of thing. Aren't games licensed, not sold to customers? Yeah. I mean, short answer is large legal gray area, depending on the country. In the United States, this is generally the case. Yeah. In other countries, the law is not clear at all, since license agreements cannot override national laws. Those laws often consider video games as goods, which have many consumer protections that apply to them. So despite what the license agreements may say, and if you lobby for a change in this classification or something, especially in the US, like you'd have to change the classification for all software. There's no way you could legislate it such that it doesn't apply to all software. Imagine buying a cake and expecting that you can eat it forever. I mean, that's not a genuine... I know you're being facetious, but that's a physical good that has a finite lifespan. Like, you understand that when you buy it. Digital goods have an infinite lifespan, you know? Yeah, you know what you're doing. Recent examples being Concord and Redfall. Redfall only got an offline mode and remains playable because Microsoft was getting crucified on social media and by internal developers. Yeah, I mean, to me, like, there was, I forget what his name was, but there was this kind of low-key game developer. He worked on Warcraft 3. I think he was a quest designer on Warcraft 3 or something like that. And he said AAA used to mean, like, each of the A's stood for something. And one of the A's was single player, one of the A's was multiplayer, and the third A was some sort of like creative, like sandbox or like a map creator is what that used to mean back in the day. And Warcraft 3 had all those. Warcraft 3 had a single player campaign, you could play it multiplayer, and it had a map editor. So that to him, that fit. Like, the AAA is not about the budget that goes into it, it's about what the game provides to you. And I do like that. I do like that concept. It's more work, but like, I think it also creates a better product such that this issue doesn't even come up, right? If you plan to make it both single player and multiplayer, like, this issue never happens. And also, you just have a better game. Like, in what case would adding some campaign mode or something, or some single play, even if it's just local area network, like LAN type single player, like, you know, for Concord, you know, which is an arena hero shooter. Like, if you could just, like, that game ended, but if you could still just, like, you know, hook that up to on your local network or something, like you can still play it with friends and shit, you know? No one's gonna fucking do that, but like that's not that difficult of a thing to, like, yeah, that's a pain in the ass to do that after the fact because law is legislating it, but if you plan for that up front, that's not that difficult. Of course, game dev experience is moderating WoW and bringing coffee to a stat. Yeah, it definitely seems a bit embellished, but it's hard to know the full story, right? We're just getting two sides of it, right? Truly a master hacker. Software is living, so unless you refuse to upgrade your hardware and operating system, software isn't exactly timeless. Yeah, but people can, you know, reverse engineer and stuff and make it work. Wait, what is GAAS games? Should have some form of offline mode IMO, even if we don't own a game these days. Interesting, but I agree. What are we working on? Honestly, right now, nothing. We're supposed to be working on a video game, but we're just yapping. That's my take. Yeah, just add an offline mode, even if some of the content can't be played solo. It is what it is. We all make our multiplayer games in single player. Put in a few days to support that legitimately. Yeah, and like I said, if you plan for that, like I plan for my game to be playable both, so like there's going to be no issue there, and it's going to be a better game. Like I cannot imagine a game that does not get better by having some form of single player or offline play. I'll just include a local dedicated server process you can run that just lets you play an endless zombie rush mode. I mean, yeah, with Unreal Engine, like you can just automatically do that, right? Like, I mean, I'm not super up to speed. Games as a service, I see, Adder. Okay. I will go do something with my life. Bye-bye. All right, take care. Thanks for stopping by. Didn't they mention that Stop Killing Games is not retroactive, so it would just apply to new games? Maybe. I don't think that really matters that much, though. The issues that exist with it exist either way. But yeah, I would think with Unreal Engine, you can just automatically have the local server mode running, right? I would think. But yeah, like I said, I don't know a whole lot about Unreal Engine's multiplayer yet. Only like the basics, but... My single player offline mode looks suspiciously like Windows Solitaire. Yeah, and see, that's the kind of workaround that like could happen, right? It's just like there's some like, you know, these companies would lobby together and make some fucking plugin that just like puts Solitaire in the game. It's like, oh, you're paying for Solitaire. That's what you get. And then also you get access to the actual game, right? Like, how do you legislate that? How do you fucking legislate that? Can't wait to see a crappy game on a Nintendo Switch eShop called Only Online Gamer or something. That has an offline mode. Okay. Interesting to think about how WoW Cataclysm would work with this initiative. They overhauled the entire playable area with that expansion. Should the company have an obligation to make the original playable areas available? Godavari, maybe you weren't here, but welcome in first of all. But yeah, I used all the World of Warcraft private servers that are running now as an example for when I started this conversation. And yeah, I think it's a huge gray area. Like, when does it go from WoW 1 to WoW 2? Just because they're not calling it WoW 2 doesn't mean it's not a new game. And yeah, WoW Classic to retail now are entirely different games, and that's why Nostalrius did what it did, right? And one of my main points was like, sure, if you give the players the game to play offline or whatever, what they're going to do is they're going to make their own private servers. And when people start making money from that, what happens? You know, what happens? And it's like, yeah, what do you consider, like, how do you write legislation around, one, making it playable in some state, even if you iron out what that means? Like, there's just, I see zero way to effectively legislate, one, what in a playable state means, and two, what like end of life means. Because your example of like expansions come out and change the game entirely, like, Do they have to allow you to play every single version that gets released to customers? Do they have to allow customers to play that offline? That is kind of like a huge deal for some games, some game engines that don't have it just built in. Original Destiny 2 campaign files can't even be loaded in the modern Destiny 2 engine. It's evolved so much, really. So it's like, yeah, even though it's the same game, it's still called Destiny 2. Do you have to allow players to do that, right? What are you paying for? Are you paying for the game? Or are you paying for the content in the game? Right? When you pay for an expansion, what is it? What does an expansion mean? DLC? What does it mean? Like it. So many of these things just aren't defined, and I don't think we can really. We just have. I think we just have to vote with our dollars. That's the best thing we can do. There's a whole new generation of gamers right now that clearly do not remember the quantity of major game mods that drove old bootleg versions of older multiplayer games and server networks. Not remember, we're just not around for it. Yeah, and like even with games that are existing, like you know, Warcraft 3 is one I've been watching for a while. There's a really, you know, hot and popping competitive Warcraft 3 scene, but they don't even connect to the actual servers. They don't connect to Battle.net servers. They have their own, it's called Warcraft 3 Champions. And that's all the competitive multiplayer people in Warcraft 3 do Warcraft 3 Champions. They don't even connect to the real servers. And it's entirely community ran servers. And, you know, Activision Blizzard could cease and desist them at any fucking time, right? And be totally valid to do so. That's right now. It's just ran on community donations, and so like I believe that they're not taking profit from it. They're very transparent about it, from what I heard Grubby saying. But yeah, at any point Blizzard could be like, yeah, shut those down. And that's, I mean, and that's for a game that actually exists. So not super relevant, but worth mentioning, I think. I was on the strike team that built Destiny 2 to Destiny 2 Plus Step Up. Destiny 2 Plus Step Up in architecture. Majority of D2 core content barely ran on the current D2 engine even then. Adder, you've worked on so many things. That is so cool. And here I am just trying to build a UI system. Or refactor. Okay, so it does recreate. I do need to save that, so there's one issue. Yeah, let's try to get some work done now. I guess. So I guess like every component or every interactee would maintain its widget that should be displayed. Destiny was a paycheck, nothing more. I feel that. I feel you. Definitely had some of those in my day too. And WoW, during the tutorial, you do a dungeon with 2 bots, one tanking and the other one healing. What's the problem just adding something like this and scale the mobs accordingly? The problem is, how do you encode that in Legislature? Because that only works specifically for WoW. Even if you specifically encoded that. And the questing people usually do solo anyway. I mean, like, I don't even like it. They just say in some playable state. So it literally could just mean walking around in the developer test level, like this could be the game. This is technically, you can launch the game and you can run around in here. This is a playable state. Is it like, you know, like it's like, okay. NPC AI development to replace other gamers is where I hope the legislation doesn't even try to go. But it's just too specific. Like, that only applies to some games. Like, there can be live service games that don't involve other players. Like think of something like Shadow of Mordor, like where you could raid other people's bases and stuff. So there was some online live service capabilities to that game, but you never actually like interacted. It didn't actually do multiplayer. And like with AI now, you may have games come out where the AI part of the game is ran on servers, like LLMs, and you do, requests and stuff to that, and so you have to pay for that, Just a nightmare to consider even for games like WoW. I just don't think you can't consider it for every single game in a meaningful way. Impossible, I think. Unfortunately. So I think what we're left to do is vote with our dollars. Vote with our dollars and do things, I guess, like, like old school RuneScape is a thing because players loved the old game, right? And then Jagex brought it back from what I understand. Classic WoW is a thing because players ran private servers for it. So you have to, in order to get to get companies to do that, you kind of just have to reverse engineer the game and prove that it's worth doing. So yeah, don't buy games that have shitty contracts like Crew, where it's like you're paying for access to a single player game. And then, if a game shuts down that you love and you really wanted to see it keep going, even MapleStory is another one. Old school MapleStory is a thing. They rebooted MapleStory Reboot's a thing because there were a ton of private servers. So I think that's what we're left to do. It's impossible, even with the foresight of needing to support. I think publishers would just not make the game. Or they would do something like supporting the game would be what we're looking at here. They would create some empty open level, and if you don't have an internet connection, you would boot into this. Like, how do you legislate that differently? Because you can't say you have to have every feature that the online feature has, because that you just can't. There are features you just can't have single player. Publishers just not make the game, yeah. Classic WoW is a thing because they manually built source code internally. Well, but if players didn't do the private servers, it would never have been a thing, right? Yeah, it is a 10-cent move. I think it's an every fucking company move. Tencent, Activision, EA. Fucking, I wouldn't put it past Ubisoft either. So yeah, nothing to be done other than vote with your dollar and make your own private servers and reverse engineer. I think maybe the best way. No, maybe even that. Never mind. I'm not gonna say that. UI stuff now. T1, hello, welcome in. Welcome into the Stop Killing Games discussion. Make modding great again. What I was going to say was like, yeah, maybe if you in support for a live service game, you have to allow players to do their own thing with it. Like it's now totally legal to make your own private servers and there can be no cease and desist. But then the problem of like, what if the private server runners make money from it? Then what happens, right? And then what happens if the private server versions, and you could say like, oh, you're just not allowed to make a profit from it, but then you would need to like audit these companies, right? Which would take government resources at that point, which would be weird. But let's say that happens. Let's say that gets passed. Great. Okay, now we're on to something. But then what happens if the company that owns the IP sees how popular the private servers are getting, and they're like, oh, this is more popular than the version we made. Now we're just going to start it back up, with whatever the private server did. And is that like, what happens then? Like, does that considered support at that point. Like, I don't know. That could work. That's maybe the best case scenario. You'd have to file taxes. Yeah, good thing no one evades taxes though, right? Turtle WoW 1099. Yeah, TW 1099. That's the only way I can make sense of the legislation for this topic, just allowing non-profit third-party service, but it's impossible to manage, and they can't even manage brick and mortar stores. Yeah. I mean, if you end the game life, then why does it matter if someone else makes money off something you can't? Because of copyright and IP laws. Like that I mean, that FBI open up. I mean, yeah, that just goes against every IP and copyright law that's already encoded. So that is already against the law. Like, you can't make money off of the back of someone else's work, right? And like, the only way like you'd get companies behind that is if they got the profit from the private servers. Which, you know, private servers would have a much more difficult time running, because then they couldn't bank up the money to pay for future months of servers running. And it's like, can you pay people to work on it? Like, is that considered nonprofit? In current charities, you can pay people. How about establishing a percent of feature? How do you quantify how much percent a feature takes up? How do you quantify that? You cannot put numbers on that, like lines of code. Like, you use lines of code, but it's just like the lines of code, like projects are made up of sub libraries and frameworks and stuff. And there's most of the code is not even your code. You just think it's a moot concern? I don't think so. I mean, if I made a game and other people started making profit off of it, like, that would be really bad. I would feel bad. I'd be like, what? People are just taking what I spent years and years on and, you know, making money off of it. And then you could literally, what you could do is you could form an initiative online, and you could say, all right, everyone, for the new WoW expansion, no one's going to play it. Let's all get together and not play it. So the company shuts down, ends the life for it. And once it ends the life for it, we will run our own servers and make money off of it. Like, you could literally like start a fucking coup to do that. Well, don't be a pussy. Easy fix. Yeah, let's put that in the law. Don't be a pussy. Make the source code public and lose the right to the IP. But like, no one's going to make those games. If they lose the IP the second they don't support it anymore, no one's going to make those games anymore, because now companies don't own anything anymore. That's I think that's a bad option. Make the source code public. Like, yeah, I mean, and also, Pavel, that also has to apply to just all software. It cannot just apply to video games, because there is no way to legislate the category of video game that doesn't include software in general. And if you're going to say anytime Amazon makes a service and they end up deprecating it, that they have to release the source code for it, like, now you have the big players involved, and that is never going to get passed. There should be a tariff and different prices due to the environment. That has nothing to do with non-profit doesn't mean non-revenue. Yeah, again, a gray area though, Denick. That's also true. Nonprofits are massively corrupt in the US. Something like 9% of nonprofits are not legit right now. Or yeah, 90% of the money that goes to a nonprofit just goes to the employees, right? What if the operating costs were transparent and exposed via a Patreon-like platform where players just literally pay the first-party costs after end of life? I mean, I see that as just the same issue with extra steps, right? Like, sure, you've abstracted it and tried to make it more transparent, which is great, but you can still get around that, right? If the players want to pay my AWS bill, I'll keep it online. Yeah, but what about bug fixes, Odd? What if you have to fix a bug? What if you need to pay an engineer to go, you know, reboot the servers? What about all that stuff?
Giving profitable avenues for third party to profit off a dead game is just way too messy to remotely consider. Yeah, I agree. And I think it's an infringement on IP and copyright laws as well. I love software Yap God streams. They pay for the bugs. Yeah, if I was a company, I wouldn't want to manage that, because then you have to pay a fucking manager to like make the decisions of like, okay, we have to estimate the cost of this bug, you know, like what if it goes over our estimate? It's just a headache. It's a fucking headache. I wouldn't want to do that. Security fixes, bug fixes, database hacks, etc. Yeah, updating for new versions of Windows, you know, new versions of software and stuff like. It's almost like keeping software online is a massive undertaking. Yeah. So they get solitaire. Yep. Just write in the law. Okay, if people pay for a game that is live service and you shut down the servers, you have to include a copy of solitaire free of charge. There's your stop killing games law. Oh boy. This has been a fun one, guys. We've been talking about stop killing games for like 40 minutes, at least. Just add an offline mode. Yeah, but what does that mean, Adder? Does it mean empty world where you can run around and do nothing? It literally could just mean like staring at a picture. Like you could just take a screenshot of this, and when you start the game, you stare at that and you're like, yep, there's the game. You just get to stare at this picture. That got me through 2 cups of coffee, thank you. Damn, you chug those fucking coffees. Keep killing games, yes. Believe me, I want to own my games. I want the movement to succeed. I just don't. I am 99% positive that it will not. In any meaningful way. And honestly, I'll be honest, I would rather my legislators spend time thinking about AI and the future of the economy than whether or not we own video games. Anyways, what am I going to do with my interaction system? My subconscious, yeah, I've just marinated. I've manifested the solution to what I want to do here. So the first thing I need to do, I guess, is I need this widget to not get recreated every time. The container cannot be recreated every time because it maintains state, and I need it to maintain that state. So that's one thing. And I guess that's kind of a +1 to the interactee maintaining the widget. Maybe they should practice on games first. I don't think they have time. Hasty, I don't think they have time to do that. I think if a publisher's offline mode was an empty world, the internet would crucify them, and I think they deserve the negative reception. It's provocative, gets the people going. This is what I tell my boss on the daily. Yeah, I mean, companies with an actual reputation, yeah. But you know, fucking EA is just gonna shit out the next FIFA, and people are gonna fucking buy it. You know, like there are many companies that just shrug that off, that don't fucking care. Did you look at common activatable widget? Yeah, I'm not using any common UI stuff. I haven't looked into it at all. I don't use it, but I'm copying its pattern. I mean, what's different from just like doing a deconstruct thingy? Oh, when it's not destroyed. That just sounds like a function. The game is single player, right? Right now it is, yeah. Right now it's just single player. Okay. So the downside of having the interactee specify to give the interaction system what component to render is that now the events that re-render the interaction system aren't as configurable. But I suppose now that I have delegates bound to the options, like that would become easier. And maybe I just need a function for like refresh. Yeah, maybe I just need an event rather to refresh the interaction options, get other interaction options. Yeah, so I think maybe this just turns into force refresh interaction options. Get other interaction options. 5 more years, yeah, that's an aggressive timeline. 10 years, I'm happy with 10 years. We can stick with that. Yeah, my story point estimate for this is 10 years for this user story. The user story is make game. User can play game. Yeah, so let's turn this into, I don't know that. Do I need this? Maybe. This is more like a refresh interaction UI to check for updates. It's just in like an event. Refresh interaction UI, and then that would get called from like, you know, when a button gets clicked or something and we need to add something new in there. And then that would probably call, what would that call here? That would probably call this get interaction. Yeah, but I guess I do need the interaction interface passed in, which would be the interacting with character. So whatever calls refresh here needs to pass the interacting character, or rather maybe it's just the, I mean, I can get interacting with character, right? Yeah, I can get interacting with. So, ah, shit. Okay, we're good. So yeah, maybe it's just on the interface owner to do that. Yeah, I don't think we need an interacting with there. It can just be refresh interaction UI. Should I call it, maybe just refresh interaction, just in case I want to use it for other things? Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna do that. Make sure we're all fucking saved up and shit here. Have you guys seen the grok shit that's been happening? By the way, isn't that fucking wild? Like, I can't imagine I would never have used grok before, but like, now grok is saying it's like the Supreme Chancellor Adolf Hitler and shit like that. Like the white god Adolf Hitler and shit. It's fucking wild. And all because grok was fact-checking extremist views. Right? Elon decided to make it like, he like literally gave it system instructions for being anti-woke. And now it's just like saying Jews run the world and all this shit. All this super anti-Semitic stuff. That's like, yeah, I would have never used it to begin with because one, it's just not even in the top 3, right? It's not even in the top 3, so why would I use it? And now I'm just never gonna use it because I know it's like a propaganda machine, which is just fucking insane. Grok don't give a fuck. Grok does what its master wants, which is Elon Musk, which is the problem. Rather than what the engineers who worked fucking so hard to make it do what it does want. Which is how the rest of the models work for the most part. Stay away from all that, I get that. That's C#, it's C++. It probably looks like C# because it's Pascal case. Do I consider Gemini, Claude, and ChatGPT are my top 3. Not necessarily in that order. You know, it's changing so fast. I think Gemini 3 is coming out soon. I think probably Claude 4 is the best right now. And I think actually, well, I would say before they hamstrung Gemini 2.5, I would have put that at the best. But they hamstrung it. Like the version that launched in March was I think the best that has been out. But that is not the same version that we have now, even though they're both called 2.5 Pro. So I think Claude 4 takes the cake now. And then I don't fucking understand the ChatGPT fucking versioning for the life of me. It is so fucking stupid to understand their numbering scheme. What were you guys fucking talking about? Draw and craft. Yes. My robot children AI wife on Mars. Ah, yes, that'll be fun. Employers hate this one trick, yeah. I always double my estimations. Odd's the new Elon. I like Claude. Yeah, Claude's good. Cursor better. Cursor is a tool that uses the models. Cursor is not a model. Google does not hook me up with Gemini though. Like we have an internal version of it, but it's not, I don't get like free Gemini credits or anything like that. It's already mostly free anyway. Like it's free for all intents and purposes, basically. Unless you're hitting it with it, unless you're hitting it more than like, how many fucking times do you have to hit it for it to not be free? Oh, so you can use the UI free of charge. So yeah, you can use you can use the latest version that they have free of charge. Up to 150 times per minute, which is more than you'll ever do in the UI. And then if you use the API, I guess that's where the dude, this is honestly, this is cheap as fuck. This is so cheap. And like I use the API for my game in game. I never pay more than 1 cent a month at my current rate. Because of it's just so fucking cheap. It has the largest context window and it's the cheapest, so that's why it's good for me. And like even with Flash, like you get 10 requests per minute, 500 requests per day for free with the API. So I never spend more than 1 cent a month. So yeah, free as shit. Free as shit. You don't get a free subscription. I mean, like the subscription kind of sucks right now, honestly. It's not very useful. Dang, that's cheap. Yeah. Even when I was working on it, and when I was working on it, let me open that back up. When I was working on it, it was maybe do we even have? You don't have access to it anymore. Yeah, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Like, look, this is how cheap it was when I was working on it. 7.5 cents per million tokens. Like, you'll never pay. Like, that is so fucking cheap. That's input. Output is 30 cents, but that is still per million tokens. 30 cents per million tokens. And a million tokens is, what do they say? Is like 4 novels or something like that. That's like the entire Game of Thrones anthology. That is all of Lord of the Rings, you know, like that is so fucking astronomically cheap. And honestly, that's why like Google's TPU play has been like just fucking like people talk shit on Sundar as a CEO saying he's like not innovative or exciting. And honestly, like his mindset to move the company towards AI first, like 10 years ago, and to invest in the TPU architecture is paying dividends right now. Like, I don't think anyone is making a profit off AI, but Google is the fucking closest. And that's just that's an opinion. It's an opinion as me as an individual, not as an employee of Google. because I don't have any information that you guys do, that you guys don't rather. Anyways, did I rebuild this? I forgot. Did I rebuild this? I don't know. I'm gonna rebuild it now. I did. Okay. Welcome in, everyone. We're doing some game dev today. We just got done yapping about stop killing games for about an hour, so I'm actually trying to get stuff done now. But now I'm just yapping about AI models. I was talking about how Grok was just going off the fucking rails. But I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite game with procedural terrain. I can show it off here real quick. And so, oh god. Can I just play anyways, or is it gonna break? Okay. Nice. Okay, so here's the procedural terrain. And so this will be a game similar to like, I'm thinking like vanilla WoW combat and class design plus RimWorld Colony Sim plus Hades roguelite is kind of what I'm picturing. A little bit of, you know, a little bit of survival thrown in there, a little bit of Legend of Zelda thrown in there, that kind of stuff. How much time and hours needed to build an entry-level game from scratch? That is an impossible to answer question. There are too many variables. I don't know what an entry-level game means. I don't know what your skill set is. I don't know what game engine you're using. The only way you're going to find an answer to that question is if you start trying to do that. And the answer will start becoming more clear to you the more you do it. Is there a giant robot head in a server room? Yeah, that's so I've heard. So I've heard. But we're in the shadow of a massive mountain right here. Okay, apparently I broke the, oh yeah, the NPC character is broke, so. Yeah, the actor version of these guys looks a little strange. Yeah, there's the giant mountain. We have 3D caves too, which is super awesome. Which probably looks cooler up in the mountains. Yeah, so there's some nice caves in the mountains there that you can go and explore. Nothing super interesting down here yet, but we will spawn some ore in there for you to go get. What is the lighting doing here? That's some weird lighting. I'm gonna guess it's because it's not fully generated yet. So yeah, it's a little bit of the world. All right, let's see if I can maybe do some combat. Yeah, he looks weird. I'm in the process of working on the UI. Okay, we froze him. Finish him off with a fireball. Boom. Boom, bitch. So yeah, that's what we're working on. I'm doing like UI stuff today for colonist interaction. I just got done building this like this area voxel algorithm. And so I don't use voxels for the world. These are just being generated on the fly whenever the player like builds an area, and this will be like how you tell the colonists to like, hey, go plant some crops here, or like, you know, you could put this on the trees and be like, go chop trees over there. And the voxel algorithm like follows the terrain, which is important because like if I just did like a box or a radius or something like that, you may accidentally select some underground caves, and you may, like this one right here, right? Like if I made a box that was super big and it went underground, and this happens a lot on like slopes and stuff, you know, so it's not, wouldn't be super relevant on this flat terrain, but you might make a box that's on a slope, and then the corner of the box might intersect some underground cave. And if there's an entrance to that cave, the colonist would try to run down there and do stuff, which might be dangerous, and you might get your colonists killed. We can't have that. Can't have that. So I just got done with that little area algorithm. Now I need a way to like tell colonists to go do things, and I did have like a shitty version of that working, but I'm going through and refactoring it to make it work more better, more gooder. Yeah. Let me get my shit situated here. Okay, so we rebuilt, which means I have some things that I need to fix. First of all, I think, did that function properly disappear for like set text options or whatever? I guess that would have been in the, if blueprints could just, so we need to delete that. Apparently I can't. Hello? Okay, let's reopen that. Can the cave's generation algorithm be modified? Yes, it can. Absolutely. Like change shape, biome present in them. Yeah, 100%. It needs some more work. I'm only doing some like kind of naive generation so far, but yeah, I intend to work on it some more and customize it a bit. But all the noise is parameterized. So I guess the one thing I didn't show is my world map that has like the different biomes and stuff on it. Yeah, I can hit you with the link for the PM me in Discord, and I'll hit you with the link. And I'll let you know what I had to do to make it work for Unreal Engine. Because like the thing, it always follows your cursor, even if you're like in the editor. So when your cursor doesn't exist, and you like turn your, like if you're in game and you turn your character, it still follows where your cursor would be. So like it'll just get stuck off to the side. And so I had to write some code to hook into like the Windows API and check if the cursor is actually shown. And then if the cursor isn't shown, then it just goes back to the center. So I can hit you with that. I should probably have forked it, but I can hit you with that update too. Gonna copy a dude's homework and alter it to suit your tastes. Yeah, hey, that's what the world is built on. If we couldn't copy each other's homework and build on top of it, we would still be scratching our asses in a bush wearing a loincloth, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so let's, this needs to be like that update or refresh interaction. Refresh interaction. And so when I make these options, I need to now, let's promote this to a variable. Let's just call this interaction options. We will need to, I can't do that, can I, huh? I have too much shit here. What do I actually need? Okay, hang on, delete that for a second. Let's just get this to compile. Okay, it compiled. It compiled. Interaction text option. Do I use this? No. Okay, so delete that. Default option, that's fine. Interaction options widget. I don't think I use this anymore. Hide interaction options widget. Yeah, I will need to change that. To destroy it, I think. Yeah, a little copy paste never hurt anyone. As long as you're not being disingenuous about it, it's fine, right? Don't trace it. Don't trace it entirely, right? You know, yeah, you can copy my homework, but just change it up so it doesn't look like you copied, you know? No one can be mad at that. Okay, so the interaction option widget was the old thing. So let's actually change this to the container. We need a new interaction container. Yes, the UI. Change variable type. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think so. Choose this one, handle interaction option selected. I don't even know what I was doing here, but we don't need this anymore because we're just going to be executing delegates directly instead of indirectly. Choose interaction option by ID. So yeah, that's going to get deleted. So handle interaction option selected. Delete. Compile. What do we got here? Yeah, so you're gone. So on interacting player select. So I do like just playing the sound by default. So I think maybe what we'll do is just call this at the beginning of every one of these little events here. Which I can't. On interacting player select. And then let's also, I need to set the interacting character. So let's actually add a parameter to that. We will set is valid. Yeah, we're going to do that on every single one. Interaction options widgets. Yeah, just do the new one. I think I'll actually want to change that up, but we'll see. Handle end interaction. That's fine for now. Get interaction subtext component. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, we will need to like create that and stuff. Bind event to on UI select. Yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. We don't need to bind to that anymore. Each one of these options has their own event. File save. Back to the test level. Now it's not working at all. Yeah, I guess because we didn't we didn't even create it properly. Yeah. That makes sense, I think. And also, didn't I fuck up the thing? Yeah, I disconnected it, so put that back. And then in here, we need to actually create the widget. Ever used CryEngine? Nope. This is the only engine I've ever used. Well, I used Unity a little bit, but beside the point. So, okay, when we interact is probably when we should create it if it's not already created. Make root interaction options. The message log loading on top of everything else. Yeah. Modals are frustrating. Upvote. Yeah, and in 5.6, every time I boot the engine, I have like some valid asset thing fucking pop up, which doesn't make no sense. Okay, so I need to like make or update the interaction component. So I'll need a function for that, I think. So what we're gonna do is, this is just gonna be like update interaction widgets. And I need to pass in the interaction container op. There's a struct I need. What is it? Interaction options container, make that an array. Call it options. And then if interaction options widget validated get, if we have one, we can just like Interactions container. I guess I need to add interaction text options. I guess this should be like set interaction text options. So we'll do that. It's valid. If it's not valid, construct object from class, interaction container. There we go. Just construct it. And then set interaction options widgets right there. What is that? Talking about modals. Okay. And I don't like noodles, so what we're gonna do is this. Okay, that should be good. So update interactions widget. I saw that the New Zealand government paid a wizard for like a decade. They had a court wizard. I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, and when we interact, we need to update the interaction widget. Update the interaction widget. That will get returned from the thingy. Okay, now this should work if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, what kind of shit's happening in New Zealand that they need a wizard? Here we go. Yay, I can't scroll now though. Scroll is broken. Okay, sick. What kind of fucking, what, they got a Balrog in New Zealand? Is that what's going on down there? Yeah, I know, they must have dug too greedily and too deep. So we're updating this when we interact. This thing maintains its state, and it should have gotten bound to scroll. I guess let's see if we get there. We're not getting there. Okay. We've broken scroll. Did we get here? Okay, now I can't open it again. Okay, yeah, we never get there? Question? We never get here. What? Am confused. Hey, Gandalf did some amazing things with that XP snipe, though. Wait, can I not cast this to a fucking player? No, I'm getting the owning player, not the owning player controller. Yeah, that's the issue. That's the issue. Wait, what does this return? It returns a fucking player controller. What? You're gonna tell me... You're gonna tell me that that's what gets hit here? What the fuck? What is this? There is no owning player for this? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Get interacting character. What? It returns a player controller. It's the player controller associated with this UI. Bend. WTF. Where's my output log? There we go. I guess it's showing on screen, so I don't even know. There's so many logs. Oh no. I keep seeing you. It's been so fun to watch. Well, thanks for tuning in. It's good to see you too, Burn Pineapples. Okay, there's so many logs to render that the game is just frozen. There we go. Can I please play the game now? Thank you. Yeah. What's that output? Wait, nothing. It's empty. There is no owning player. What? What? Okay, we won't do that then. That's fine. There's no owning player, and that's totally okay. We're just gonna get local player controller. Wait, does that make sense? No, because then it's gonna show on multiplayer screens potentially that aren't interacting with it. But wait a fucking second. What is the fucking owner of this goddamn widget? Owning player pawn? Yeah, I know. Just shut up. Shut up for a second. How does this not have an owner? I'm giving it an owner. Get instigator controller. Okay, I have to like get controller cast to player controller. Does this fix it? You'd think the maybe I should get outer. Maybe I should get outer in here. Anyway, let's see what this does. Does this fix it? Wait, what did it say? I missed it. Okay, yeah, now I have the so I have to set owner on it? That's weird. I mean, let's just maybe get outer. Can I get outer? Get outer object, which is so what would this be, like self? And then I guess I could just pass in get controller. It's an object though. I have to fucking cast it to like an actor first. Oh my god, this is the most annoying thing in the world. What is this game called, please? It's Butt Guppy. I'm so glad you asked. It's called My Project. Yeah, I guess we're gonna do that. I guess we're gonna do that. Outer can be self. No, that doesn't really matter anymore. So now we're going to get owner. Wait, owning player. Yes. I love the internet sometimes, yeah. Okay, so yeah, can we do the thing now? Okay, everything's broken, so restart. Okay, yeah, now we can fucking scroll. Cool. Yay, we can scroll. Okay. So that's a thing now. Let me look at that again. This is Unreal Engine. Okay, and it does not, oh. Okay, it does reset state. Why are you resetting state? Oh, because I maybe cleared it all? I shouldn't have. Yeah, so this is never used. Why does it reset the interaction options? So when I interact, yeah, the YouTube community names, it's either like real people's names or like the most random ass shit. New Assassin's Creed from Ubisoft indie company ? Andrew, what are you even saying? Didn't your teachers teach you to not use sentence fragments? Ubisoft. Yeah, that doesn't make it any more clear. That does not make it any more clear. Are you asking if I'm... Oh, I have the interacting player controller already right there. Interacting player controller. There we go. There we go. Okay. Joke level 100. I think you're the only one who got the joke. There are 40 people on YouTube, 21 on Twitch, and only you think it was a joke. I don't know what the question is. It wasn't even formulated as a question. It was a statement with a question mark at the end. Never change, YouTube. Never change. What do I need to fucking do here? Boot up the real world. I just want to see it. Yeah, so for those just tuning in, I am working on a video game with procedural terrain. Will be an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. And you should watch me work on it. That's my pitch. I'm working on boring ass UI stuff right now that's super annoying. But there are fun things in the game. You can run around and do stuff. There's a big mountain. There is caves. We have caves. These caves aren't very interesting. I've had better caves. There's no glob caves, actually. There's only noodles. We only have noodle caves. And here we are. He properly walked over the rock, and I am so proud of that. I had to write my own gravity and velocity processor. This is Unreal Engine. Dynamic tree chopping. Yeah. You love to see it. You love to see it. But actually, like, edits the mesh at runtime, which is fun. Turning cog, you need to keep your eyes where they're supposed to be. He is kill now. Is kill. What are the torso sections for? This is all just placeholder assets. This is all just like free placeholder assets. I have not created any of the assets myself. Have you worked on any AAA game titles? Or are you only indie? I have not worked on any game titles. I am a software engineer. I am not a game dev. I'm just doing hobby solo stuff. But yeah, I think the procedural world is pretty cool. Here's the world. We are in Whitefire Valley, apparently. We are next to... Wait, what's the big... That is the Plain of Fire up there. It's a desert, apparently. We're next to Stormthorn Hollow, Beast Lord's Lair. These are AI-generated names. Starfire Peninsula, Ravenloft Forest, the Amulet of Protection, Dice Attack. Oh shit. Dice Guy, I hope you're here whenever I start working on the Baldur's Gate 3, you know, non-combat difficulty check mechanics, because there will be dice involved. Darkmoon Mountains, Festering Bog, Emberstorm Refuge, Whisperstorm Refuge, Frostvale Basin. Why you layered the blend per bone and not using the curve layer for the ALS V4? I'm gonna need some context to that question. Did you like watch one of my old videos or something like that? I think the easy answer is that I don't know what I'm doing, and I just do what works. So there was probably some reason that I couldn't get it to work the other way. But if you give me more context, I can give you... I do use ALS curves. I do use the curves, so yeah, I'm not sure... Is that gore of my comfort character? I have no idea what YouTube people, you come in here and you say random ass shit with no context. And I'm sorry, but I don't know what you mean. You say statements with a question mark at the end, like I'm supposed to understand what you're asking. And I don't. I can't read your minds. I need context. I need context. Using C++, I am. There it is. This is all of the code. This is all of it. No, there's a lot. We're working on UI right now, though. We're just taking a break to admire the world. Let's look at a new seed. That is a nice seed, 321, but let's check out 322. I'm gonna guess this is a bad seed. We haven't seen a bad seed in a while. Well, no, it's a fine seed. It's a fine one. Kind of boring, but it's fine. Kind of boring. This is a good example of the border mountains. And these zones are all the same. We've gotten all the same terrain, noise, and biome for each one of these zones. But we got some nice caves. Oh, we're on a peninsula here. This is supposed to be ocean out there. We are in the Poet's Garden of Inspiration, next to Voidvale Pass, Frostbite Tundra, Ashen Bloom Ridge, Moonspire Reach. It's kind of a boring seed, though. Kind of a boring seed. Although what's cool about this is maybe this, no? I was gonna say maybe there's some caves that go into the other zone. There is one here. Well, no, never mind. Never mind. There's not. Your attack animations are layered per bone after spine 02, I guess. But the special thing of the ALS v4 is to use the curve blend inside of the animations. This make it more smooth. So I think, first of all, I am using the C++ refactored version. So it might not be the same version that you're using. So it might be a little bit different. Second of all, I use both. Like, the curves are there. They're just, like, this animation sucks. This is a homemade animation. It's not good. Neither is that one, apparently. My animations suck. The animations themselves. I'm gonna die now, though. Oh, wait, what? 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 He gave up. But yeah, there are curves. There are curves for all of it. That animation is fire. I thank you. Is C++ my language of choice? I don't have a language of choice. I use whatever gets the job done. Fix your blend per bones. I mean, the blending could be better. I'm not denying that. The background music is fire. Do you have your own playlist? You rumor may be using some app. It shows what is now playing. So it's bits and hits. This is all bits and hits on YouTube. Yeah, he spared me. He did. He was about to kill my ass, and he just walked away. Took the high road. He gave up when he knew what god he was against. Yeah. The god of shit animations. That's me. Stabby, stabby. Motion matching is 100% not easier. I can assure you of that. Motion matching is a giant can of worms. There are so many fucking it takes 200 animations. It takes 200 fucking animations just to make some locomotion. And there's all these databases and everything and curves that swap out. That is for AAA studios that have like a lot of people to create all the assets and shit. All animations are literally are WoW. Yeah, I ripped them from WoW. I literally have a video on my YouTube channel where I showed that. Yeah, I took the vanilla WoW. I mean, not all of them. I'll show you here. So the axe one, this one is my own. I made this one. And this one is even better. Oh yeah, check that shit out. Wasn't that fucking hot? It's supposed to deform the terrain. We'll see if we can actually get it to do that. There we go. Well, it didn't do it right. I swear it works. There we go. Look at that. Deformable terrain. Look at that. The texture didn't load. So yeah, those are non-WoW animations. All the locomotion is ALS as well, so those aren't WoW either. It's really just the weapon swings. And the bow attacks. Oh, and the casting. I don't know where my audio went. The game's falling apart. Oh, here's the audio now. Anyways, let's get back to work. Back to work. Yeah, the problem with motion matching for me is that I have vertex animated textures for all my entities, and I am sure as hell not about to bake 200 animations to textures. But that's great that it works for you. I forgot where I was. I guess we just need to wire up the selection and stuff now. Or no, I was looking into why it reset state. Why did it reset state? Put a breakpoint here. Oh no, I didn't. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Stop that. Back to the test level. Come here, you. Yes, I know we get there. Continue. Okay, I hit interact, and it resets the selected thingy. Interact. These are just making options. And then we do update interaction widgets, but we don't construct it again. We just set interaction text options, which highlighted options should already be populated by this point. That's just the built-in function. And so if it should maintain this, right? I mean, I think it's adding more. Should not be the case. That's not actually. Okay. Oh, I think I need to toggle. Well, no, because I construct it. I construct it. We refresh options. Your children, add option, toggle child selected, selected child index, which is what I passed in, right? I guess maybe let's put that there. Of course, I can't see what it actually is. 0. But I am constructing you. 0. I clear them all out though. Horizontal options container, clear children. Remove all child widgets from the panel widget. And then we create more, passing in the selected child index. So I guess when we're creating more, let's look at what that gets passed in as. It's an array of integers. So for the first one, it's 0. Where? Let me check the handle UI scroll thing. Maybe that's setting it. Lycos, welcome in. Welcome to UI Struggle City. Where am I setting the highlighted options? Where am I actually ever setting that? I scroll. Where is scroll handled from? Is it not handled from the container? No, it is. Handle UI scroll. Do you have any visual mood in mind for the game? Something that you would like to go for when the time comes? I did mention Aetherpunk before, but I just mentioned that as like not as like an overall vibe for the game, but more so as like a technology path within the game. But no, I don't have any particular visual mood in mind. I was actually asking Adder about this a few streams ago. I don't even understand how to talk about it really, because I'm just a programmer, you know. I'm a monkey-brained programmer. But I do want something like not realistic, right? I don't want, you know, the ultra realistic, and I don't want generic stylized, right? I don't want Fortnite. I can tell you what I don't want. I don't want either of those two things. I want it to pop. Yeah. I need synergy and pop. But yeah, so I would like it somewhat stylized so it ages well. And I don't want to pick some style that's like super expensive to do, because that's just not realistic. Adder was saying like a style like Diablo 4 actually isn't that expensive. So, and I'm like, hey, Diablo 4 looked great. Diablo 4 looked great. So there's an opportunity. I do like the vibes of like Warcraft 3. And what I mean by that is really just the distinction between the different races. Is what I like. Not necessarily like, it's like if I could take Warcraft 3, make it higher poly, and not do like not do Warcraft 3 Reforged, because that looks like garbage for some reason. And I do like vanilla WoW, like, or like a higher res vanilla WoW. I would be interested in it as well. But again, not retail, because it's awful. But I don't know how to say what exactly I want. So yeah, why do we call handle UI scroll? So yeah, I guess I actually never fucking set like vanilla WoW, but like vanilla WoW but in Unreal Engine, right? Like what does that look like? Exaggerated proportions. Yeah, I mean, I just like, I really love how the races come together in both Warcraft 3 and vanilla WoW. Like the races have such a stark juxtaposition between each other. It really gives them a lot of flavor. And yeah, exaggerated proportions are a part of that. But what I don't like is like super exaggerated cartoonish animations. Like, and that's what retail WoW is. Like the super bouncy cartoony animations, which I think look bad. There are UE makes of Orgrimmar and stuff. Yeah, I've seen those. And yeah, they look good. They look good. For the most part, right? Retail WoW looks like Disney. Yeah, 100%. It's like too cartoony and colorful. Like if I could like take vanilla WoW but make it a little darker, but still have like the vibrant colors, but just use them a little bit more sparingly to make like accents and stuff. I think that could look cool. Again, I don't know how to picture what the fuck I'm saying. And so I guess rather than like I actually don't think this should maintain the highlighted options. I think each submenu should. So actually, I'm just going to delete that. You are no longer exposed on spawn. Thank you for your service. And then I guess this would... And, well, no, because this is what gets reset. This gets rebuilt. Did I do that? Okay, undo everything I just did. Okay, undo everything I just did. Okay. Yeah, no, we need that. We need that. Okay. That didn't undo that part though, which is weird. Yeah, and guess what? It doesn't fucking work properly. Crazy. Okay. I guess I need to call this function, but scroll value just becomes the highlighted, new highlighted index, and I'll calculate it from the parent. And this part we're going to put in the parent. Yeah, give me that. Okay. The scroll value then becomes, we want to truncate that to an integer. Trunc to int. Handle UI scroll, new highlighted index. So I will need to add this to highlighted options. I need to get the highlighted options for whichever the last one is. Widget has focus. Self? Yeah, that's fine, I suppose. Last index. I hate noodles. Okay, so I typed in add. Which one of these do you think I want, Unreal Engine? Do you think I want the one that's like in the middle of the list? Or do you think I want the one that matches my text exactly? That exists directly on the type that I am accessing it from? Okay, does that work? Yeah, it's just like the way blueprints come together. It's just like, ugh. Init interaction options. Where do I call this from? I don't think I need this. I don't think I need to bind that event anymore. Right, clearly the one in the middle. It's not even like, even if it was just the first one in the list, that would make 100% more sense. Do I need to maintain this selected child index here anymore? Oh no. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Thank you. Now I can't scroll at all. Yay. Yeah, the focus, just get the focus out of here, honestly. We're not fucking using it. Why type add when you can type plus or minus? Because I can type add with one hand. That's why. Instead of taking my hand off my mouse, which I need because I'm in blueprints. I can't do everything on the keyboard. I have to move my hands around, which is another frustrating part about blueprints. We're still not scrolling. Oh, because we're not actually like... I need the ref. I still can't scroll. What have I done here? We at -6 now, boys. Okay, yeah, I forgot to handle like everything really. How was that? Wait, where did the function go that I was using to handle this? Because I would just bind it here. And I didn't do much different, did I? I guess maybe did I handle that? I need to handle the wraparound. Which is annoying. Okay, so let's make a new function here. Handle. We're gonna call it handle UI scroll as well. Scroll value. I need to handle. Oh, was it in? No, never mind. Yeah, merges with blueprints sounds awful too. This is all why C++ is king. So we actually need to handle. Greater, if this is greater than the last index, select int. If it's greater than the last index, then it's going to be 0. Otherwise, we can just use it. Oh my god. This code is awful. Not even code. These noodles are awful. And if it's, I need another select int, don't I? Jesus Christ, okay. And if this number is less than 0, we do the last index. Oof. That was a doozy. Those are doozy noodles. Doozy nudes. It's still not fucking working. I hate my life. Oh. Okay, am I actually like setting this by ref properly? Is that how I do that? Value is 0, as it should be when we first start. Now I'm going to scroll down. It is still 0. It was -1. -1 plus 0 should equal -1. -1 is not greater than... Oh, I need num there. That's the issue. Well, no, get last index. That is... Maybe, is that returning correctly? Okay, hang on. What is this? Oh, it's returning 0 as last index. Is that right? Last index is 0. Oh, I need the... Okay, yeah, I see my error. I see it. Get last index. I need to get... Oh, this is so annoying. Okay. And then this needs to be get a copy. And then we break that. Now we get last index there. That's the one we want. There we go. Can we scroll now, please? I would like to scroll. Isabella, hello. Welcome in. Yes, that is what happens initially. I scroll down. Now we get 3. Okay, boom, baby. We're doing it. Okay, the numbers are updating, but the UI is not. The UI is not. Huge respect for my creation. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. This only returns 0. Oh. Oh, I did all of this here. Oops. Oops. Oh, and we want to flip it. Okay. Oops. Okay, let me just copy this. I'm going to copy that function. Give me all that. We're going to move you up here. I just recreated the wheel, and I hate it. So get children count then becomes this. We get last index, get a copy, and then split this. And then last index. And then this can be, that can be just greater than. I don't think I knew that last index existed in blueprints before that. Let's promote this to a local variable called last index. Selected child index. Oh dear. Dearie me. Selected child index is then highlighted options. Get a copy. No, get the ref at should be just the last index again. Set ref. Maybe we should put that into a variable. If you put it into a variable, is it a ref still? I don't know. I guess the only place we're using that is right there. Oh, I hate this so much. Oh, I hate this. I hate that I'm doing this like in an array now. You know what? Just fucking wire it up. Just put the noodles everywhere. Last index. Okay, so we're gonna take you, plug you in there, put you in there. Okay. One more time. Okay, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. What are you doing now then? What am I doing now? I'm doing UI stuff, trying to fucking change how I do everything basically. I'm upset that this has taken so long. It should not have taken this long. Handle UI scroll. Yeah, we can just do that. And then it's just about getting the last index, because we'll have already hopefully set it. Okay, so do that, and then we'll need to remove that from there. Toggle child selected. Which means now, oh God, oh, what have I done? What have I done? I am straight up having a bad time. Okay. Yeah, I need to iterate through all of them now. Yeah. Okay. So this is now really going to change to like a select child or something. You're being moved to the UMG department permanently. No. No. My God, why? I love how I'm casting to this player controller and then doing nothing with it. Init interaction options, it really just turns into refresh options. Handle UI scroll. I'm going to change the name of that to select child. Or maybe just refresh. Refresh options should refresh the child. Yeah, so we're just gonna refresh the options every fucking time. I didn't realize I just turned that into this is refresh options. And that means I need to include which one is selected. Refresh options. There we are. Please only use this in one place. Well, when we construct it, that's actually fine. And these things are the same. Where do I use this anymore? I should just delete that. Can I please delete that? Yay. Got me a humble bundle. Nice. Is there some good stuff? Init interaction options. You are wrong. You are wrong. Yeah, and I guess I need to... this is so annoying. I hate working with arrays in... blueprints. Refresh, we set the child, we refresh everything. Now is nothing, I think. Okay, I'm gonna just say you're nothing to me now. Good for you, good for me. Calculate new selected child index. That is dead as well. Okay, now this is drastically simplified. Okay, we just had to move everything from that class to the parent class to handle the nesting stuff, which is like super annoying. We can scroll, guys. We can scroll, and it doesn't reset when I pick one. Yay. The stage curtain was enough to get for 30 bucks. Yeah, it's nice when they got something in there that you're like, oh, hell yeah, that's perfect for me. And you get a bunch of extra shit too. Okay, we can scroll. Interesting that that didn't... here we just need to refresh interaction. I hate how I have to click into the function to change a parameter on it. I wish I could do that from outside the function as well. Yeah, I need to like set these actually on something. Set dialogue data. Actually, I'm going to change that back. Wait, can I? There we go. So yeah, we're actually going to set... What am I setting here? I need to update the interaction widget. There we go. Refresh dialogue data. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay, let's wire back up the actual event handlers now. Is in dialogue, handle dialogue option selected. Event on inspect. Now, yeah, we're just gonna take that and do that. On quest selected is now on generate quest selected. Which, yeah, also does all that. So we'll need to do that as well. On talk option selected, yeah, we can get rid of that. Is there a parent functionality for that as well? Yeah, there is. Okay, we'll need to recreate that too. There are little dogs sniffing my toes right now. What are you guys doing? Okay, what about joint? So I need to re-implement some C++ functionality. For once, I'm actually moving functionality from C++ to blueprints, but I could just make them blue. Let's just make them blueprint callable functions. And all will be well. So we needed to do that for talk. Let's make sure the ones that we already wired up do work though. It should now make sounds when I click each of them. It doesn't. Oh no, the delegate system isn't working. No. Oh no. So if you copy a delegate, what happens? Do I make new ones each time? Yes. Okay, so we should prevent that from happening. If I'm already being interacted with, right? Isn't that what the parent does? Parent interact on NPC character. I wonder if I should return like return false if it's not like a new interaction or something, because I basically want to block this from like recreating things when you hit select. And I need to take my doggies outside, so I will be right back. Okay. Oh, now you've done it. I have. Now I have done it. Yeah, so I basically just want this to not get executed again if we're already interacting with the player. And when I end interaction, do I set that to null? I hope I do. Where is end interaction? Oh, it's in the fucking, the event graph shit doesn't show up over there. That's so annoying. Okay, let's set these to null. So set those to null, and then when we interact, if this is equal to the current interacting character, we do nothing. Or rather, this should be not equal then. Not equal, we do something. Otherwise, do nothing. And then the parent interact, do we even need to do that? No, we don't. That should already all be set. Okay, does that save it? Oh, we've broken everything. Okay. Oh, now it doesn't work at all. Okay, so if it's null, it has to be valid as well. Okay, so if or boolean or this is null or this is null is valid. God, I hate conditional logic and blueprints too. Can I just make my own engine? I think I should. Oh my god, it's still not fucking working. What? So yeah, not equal. This is true. But why doesn't it show anymore? Am I dumb right now? Also, refresh interaction doesn't do anything. Okay, yeah, we didn't get there anymore. Oh, we're not setting the interacting character, that's why. No, nothing happens. Let's just verify that, where is my, there it is. Let's verify that these are not getting hit. On inspect selected. So wait, I hit interact and nothing happens? Because I'm not calling it, duh. How do we not have a lot of people watching stream? It's pure beauty. It's pretty spiky. YouTube Shorts is kind of spiky. So we had like 62 at one point, 50, yeah. So it's not like, we got more over on Twitch. But hello. Let me, yeah, so what do I want to do? I guess on interact, I need to actually call the delegate now. I forgot I'm not actually even doing that. I'm not actually even doing that. Okay, so all is not. Okay, so if we are interacting, get interacting character. I've been streaming for 420. Hell yeah. I need to forward this to the interaction widget. Yeah, that's what we didn't do. So let's create a function. Select option. Option singular. Select option. And then what this will do is this hacky ass last index. I don't know if copies or not, you know, does anything here. Split that. Get a copy. Highlighted options. Last index. How do I call this delegate? Do I have to make it blueprint executable or whatever? Blueprint read and write. Blueprint callable, maybe? Assignable? I feel like blueprint callable is what I need. Can we save everything? I don't want any of this to be lost. Use callable. Okay. It didn't look like there was any other options, so. Okay. Are you gonna? There we go. Okay. Build failed. It's okay. It has to be multicast delegate. Okay, that's. I'm not going to use it that way, but if it has to, it has to. I hope that doesn't fuck up everything that I've already wired up. Broadcast. This is an old function, so yeah, I mean, this literally doesn't matter. We're not binding to it here anyway. It's all in blueprints now. Yeah, is this where we rip it all out? I guess the interaction options are fine. Whole function just got commented out. Yeah. Okay, not that. Okay, so far we are building successfully. Best stream I've seen in a while. Well, thank you. There was a lot of dead air, but thank you. I was checking emails, sorry. Thank you. Keep it up, I appreciate that. Welcome in, Kier. There are enum range by macros that allow you to loop over enums gracefully. I do that places, I think. Quest data. What do I loop over enums somehow. This is what I do. Huh. What are the parameters? That's what I figured out. I don't know if that's the same or different or whatever. Okay, so we need to go back into the humanoid. Interactions option widget, select option. Put that there. Uh-oh. Oh no, all these are... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, why can't I do a delegate now? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Okay, so do I just have to call it in? I mean, I can write a quick C++ function to do that. I've never seen this color of a thing before. Okay, I think I'm just gonna write a C++ function. It's a darker brown than the interface color, actually, though. Yeah, that's strange. Okay, so we're gonna just go undo that change. And we'll just write a utils function for it. Call it. Yeah, I'll make it generic then. Is that it? Let's make this specific, just so I know it works. I don't feel like rebuilding. Execute. Interaction option delegate. We'll take in an F. Interaction option. I think a forward declaration is good there, or is it not? You didn't even add the forward declaration. There we go. Then I guess I need the Would you say learning Java and Python helps with this? I mean, the more programming languages you learn, I think kind of just the better you get at program. I mean, the more programming you do, the better you get. Don't know that it's any more complicated than that. Whether that's a different language or not sure matters. And hopefully, to learn a new language, you are using it for something, which would mean you're doing more programming. So, yes, but not like. Would it help? Yeah, but not because of anything specific to Java and Python. I think you'd be better off just trying to learn game dev if you're trying to do game dev. But yeah, programming skills are transferable. I just want to get this done. I want to be done with UI world. I'm upset that I spent a whole stream doing this. I did not think it was going to take this long. Okay, so in the container, executes. What did I do? Was it owning player? Yeah, I can just get owning player. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works then, I guess. Oh, I have to like rewire this one now. Was this like on inspect? Yeah. The rest of them stayed wired. Nice. Here's only 18% done. Don't you put that evil on me. Oh, thank God it works. Okay, I have to press it too many times, but it works. Okay, thank God. I was so worried that like those, because I'm copying the delegate container struct all over the place. I was so worried that it just wasn't going to work. Thank God it does. Thank goodness it does. Praise the delegate gods. Yeah, exactly. I want so badly to have a good UI and it takes me ages to get a mediocre one. Yeah. Little did he know, he was only 18% done. Okay, let's figure, because it was a little wonky. Let's figure out why it's so wonky. Where's the interact function? So if I hit it once, and then we're talking basically, and we are interacting, and then all of this happens. I hit it again. Interacting character. I don't like that these are named the same thing. Let's call this interacting with character. Okay, let's look at the on interacting player select. Oh. Yeah, that didn't get, that's why it was being weird, probably. I don't know how that got disconnected. The noodles just want to disconnect themselves sometimes, I suppose. I have to press it twice. It's not selecting the right one either. Oh, shit. Making a game. Yes, we're making a game. On interacting players. So now we got the sound, but that doesn't really toggle if it's displayed. Yeah, I'm gonna guess we just don't get there. It is not displayed, so it should be shown. I pressed it again, nothing happened. Okay, so yeah, that's because of this logic, right? Of this one. Of this one. So let's put that there. We're gonna hit it again, yeah, and that's gonna be false, so yeah, we're gonna do that, yes, that. We hit it again, this is true. Okay, it was true. And it shouldn't have been. It should be there. Oh god, we're all out of sync now. Okay, restart. True. As it should be. As it should be. Honestly, does that case... Wait, do I need that case? It is false. As it should be. Hit E again. It is true. The interacting with character is the controller. Uh-oh. Where does it get set to the controller? Yeah, I don't actually need that anymore. Yeah, this doesn't actually... It doesn't actually matter. Yeah, just do that. We're setting it here on end interaction. That is... We're setting it twice. Yeah, I'm only... Wait, how does it get set to the fucking controller? Now it's working. Okay, I don't know why that fixed it. But now it also doesn't pop up again. Probably because we don't we should set it to null. Right? when we end interaction. What engine? Unreal Engine. I also need it to not end just because I look away. And I want talk to change as well. So we got more work to do. Also, it's selecting the wrong option every time. Let's fix that real quick. Hopefully. What is our last index is 0. Okay. Why are you always 0? Art thou not getting set properly? I do. Yeah, I'm not doing it right. Should make a function for that. I should. No debug data. I fucking love that, dude. I fucking love not having the right data. Okay, we are selecting the right one. I need to wire up. A lot of things are still broken now. God damn, I hate how long this takes, dude. If this was in C++, this would have been over already. Where's talk? Is talking to player. Where do I set is talking to player? All I ever do is set it to false. So I mean, is talking to player probably just a corollary for is interacting with player, right? Handle talk selected. If talk is not selected, we just hide the dialog window. Yeah, I need to go back. I need to just I need to redo all the dialogue, I think. Oh, I just need to do all of it, but I have to go to work. I have to do work today. I don't have any meetings, but I do have to get shit done. No debug data in BPs on only some items, but getting it from others drives me nuts. Yeah, the debugging is not the best. Yeah, you gotta like print them and add variables and stuff. Well, I know in like, even in the Writer debugger and Visual Studio debugger, if you don't do debug game, if you only do development, it strips some of the debug symbols. Or like it optimizes some of the debug information out. So I imagine the editor does something like that. And so some of them just kind of get optimized out. Something along those lines. Yeah. Let me just, I'm going to pontificate a little bit here. Allow me if I may. When I set my default new to all black, that would be great. So I have this UI system, right? You've got like the box. The box has like the key. Some interact. You press that, you know, you get the dialog windows or the, what do I call these? The interaction options. Right, and then you can scroll. You can scroll to a yellow one. You click on it, you can open more. You know, so I have that. But then one of these is like talk as well, which is like a different thing. Talk opens up a dialogue window. I should probably spend some time thinking about how I want all this to actually look, because I've just been throwing shit together and not actually thinking about how I want it to look. I just wanted to make it work. One of these is like talk. God. I kind of wish I had a stylus. Odd, you have a stylus, right? If you're still in here. Odd's drawings look so good. I'm jealous every time. Well, there's a talk option, which brings up like, you know, here's some dialogue in here. And then there's the list of like, you know, yes or no right above it. But I don't know like what I want the future of that to actually be. Because I'm going to have like Baldur's Gate-esque difficulty checks and stuff. So, and like this right now does not scale. Like when there's a ton of text in here, it just gets like this big, and then like this box does not move. So there's some scalability things, literal like screen size scaling that I need to handle too. And I need to like possibly paginate this. Possibly paginate that. As well. So there's not too much. But then it's like you may want to see the whole thing when you're like deciding, trying to make a decision. So I just don't know what I want this UI to look like, you know. TLdraw.com, yeah. Do you have a stylus on, or do you use the mouse? It's not always just yes or no, though. There can be any number of options here, right? And also, like, you're looking at an over-the-shoulder view of the player, right? And he's talking to like some guy out in the distance right here. So you're like looking there. And it's like, I don't know, do I want to do some like kind of like cinematic thing where like, you know, you change the viewport to like something more on the guy that you're talking to? And then should I have like, I could have like what they're saying on this side, what you can say on the right side. You do have a stylus. But a mouse for quick things, yeah. Would you recommend getting a stylus? It does seem fun to use. I don't know if it's I don't know how expensive they are or anything. More efficient, because you gotta like pick it up and like use the stylus pad and shit. Keep it off to the side. Yeah, I don't know what, like this box is technically, it's the same thing as this box. It's just displayed in a different place. And so I just have like a different sequence of commands on the colonist to like do that. And it all lives on that NPC character, is where all of this code lives to display these. So I need to think about what I'm going to do here. It could be nice to have a kind of, let's get, I'm going to undo. I can't. Okay. We're going to do new file then. So we're going to do like, it would be cool to have like some sort of portrait too. Like what the player has in view is something like, you know, your guy is like right here, you're looking over the shoulder, and then he's talking to like some guy, whoops, some guy here, something like that. It would be cool if you could have like a portrait, you know, so it would be like, you know, cut it off here, have like a portrait of your guy, a portrait of that guy there. And you could put it into a more cinematic thing. I kind of hate it when the game takes control of the camera and stuff. I'm a little hesitant to do it. But like, it would be really nice for like showing to the user who is actually talking, because then like some text could be here, and then maybe your options to respond are like right there. Or something. And then that's really good, like their text, their portrait, and then your text, your portrait. How New World did it felt good. I forget what New World did. I forgot what New World did. I played it. I should know. Like the intro and shit. Go to where he like actually. Okay, here he goes. No, he's still crafting. Okay, so a slight zoom in, and then a modal on one side. Is that what we're talking about? Text up top, options down bottom. Something like that. Yeah, I definitely don't want to... Is this specific to... So, I have a specific quest panel that looks more so like this. But I guess it's the same thing as... It does the same thing for dialogue, too. So, a more modal view would be good. But I guess, like, the thing that I worry about for my game is that some shit's gonna pop off while you're in dialogue with someone. So I didn't want to like, because this like takes over the screen, right? This takes over the screen. Go back to the beginning. So you see all the other UI disappears and takes over the screen. And so, I mean, yeah, it could just be just to, you know, hit escape if you're getting attacked or some shit's going on or something like that. But like for mine, like you're gonna need to like make decisions and shit when you're talking to them. You may want to look around. And if you're trying to give them like a task or something and you need to be like look around to inform you as to what you should select or something. Like I very much do not want to take over the player's camera or anything, or movement ability. And right now what I have is you can move freely while you're still interacting with them. So I don't even hit E. I mean, it shouldn't disappear. It does, but it shouldn't. It shouldn't disappear. But it only, like, it only ends when you get far enough away. So I can still like look around and then just imagine this still being here. That still being there. And like a lot of times you're just going to want to go up to a colonist and look at them real quick. You know, just what are you upset about? You know, there's going to be a lot of like the needs bar. There's going to be a lot more needs bars, and there's probably going to be tabs on this screen or something. You know. So there's going to be a lot of like just you need to quickly check. And one thing that New World does with their UIs look good, but they do too many like full screen things, and it's, to me, it's really jarring. More like WoW questing, yeah, more so. But this is something different because like there's no like, because right here, there's my quest dialogue, but that also it's broken right now. But my talk dialogue is different. It's at the bottom. We could probably look at it in a past stream. Maybe I can let's just turn that on real quick. Hang on. Yeah, just true. Okay. There you go. There's my like dialogue box, and then there's going to be there was options in the middle. So yeah, and that's that kind of breaks things because I just shoehorned it in there. So I just wanted something a little bit more free form that you can just check real quick, because I think the inspect, like you're going to want to look at like when the colonists are like upset or something, or you need to see like, hey, what are you doing right now? You know, like there needs to be just a really quick way to check that. And I don't want to like kick the player out into some like cinematic view, or, you know, where you move the camera or you pop some full screen menu open, because it's also really jarring too, I think, in games when they do the full screen menus. BG main, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I will do. It's not like, I know how to do it, I just haven't done it yet. I'm just trying to think of what the ultimate UI experience should be. Just kind of like, this is like the New World version, which isn't a bad, like, as far as like a dialogue system, because there's like, I have the quest log, the dialogue, which is that, and then I have like interaction options. So I almost have like 3 different UIs for interacting with a character. And this is better in cinematic view, yeah. But the cinematic view could be really nice for like narrative purposes, you know. And like when you're in conversation with a colonist, that's like a and like, especially if you can like move and run around, you might be like, wait, which guy was I talking to again? You know? You run far enough away and it ends the conversation. So it could be like a really, you know, just kind of like, I'm thinking like zoom in to maybe like right here or something. Something like that, you know, or maybe even, you know, maybe even like, you know, like a Witcher, almost like Witcher 3, how they did their stuff. But also if you zoom closer in, like you need higher fidelity, like facial reactions, and like, because if they're talking to each other and neither of them are moving, it's like really weird, you know? So they need those little like talking gestures or whatever, you know? You have 125 camera states. Oh my god, that sounds like hell. Zooming in on the Charlie Brown mouths. Yeah, it's definitely like a down the road thing. But like, I'm just thinking about the ultimate, like, what's the final thing here? I don't know, maybe should I even be thinking about that right now? I just want to think about the UI components that I want to eventually And so if I'm doing like a, first of all, it's like, should I have separate ones of these? I actually kind of like this as like a dialogue option for when you're having dialogue. Because this right now, it doesn't, like I said, doesn't scale very well. The options don't stay in frame. Like, right now it's covering my hotbar, which I don't like. This seems more scalable or easy to scale for like bigger text, more options and stuff. Yeah, I'll have to spend some design thought on it. What I got is good for now. As far as just UI, I mean, for camera, I know, yeah, it's good for now. But for the UI, I definitely need to fix this bottom one to a certain extent, because it's like the more text that goes into it, it just starts overlapping. I can't even read it. So, and everything overlaps on the screen. And when you're like taking a quest, the quest log also pops up on the left side. So yeah, there's a quest log on the screen over here right now, and I just showed that. So imagine it would basically be like this, right? It'd be like inspect and generate quest. Imagine that, but smaller, I suppose. Something like that, where the right is dialogue. Yeah, neither of these need to be this big. I could make the quest log much smaller. Different UI based on location? That just sounds like too much to manage. You know, if I was a bigger studio, for sure, why not, right? But I think more incarnations of the UI is more work. But I should avoid that where I can. You can see the prompts I give to the AI to get it to fill this out. Yeah, I might do that. I think I actually kind of like this the more I look at it. We're gonna rip it off straight from New World. Although I am going to split it, because this is everything. They put everything in this one thing.
I've seen. You're impressive.
All right, buddy, I've done it.
Very impressive. One of the nice.
And then I've got that, I don't know if I like this part here. I do like that it shows you that it added it to your inventory. But it's almost like too slow, actually. Complete the quest. I do like that they have the numbers there as well as the letters for what you can press. 1, 2, E or escape. I feel like their UI is good, generally. I just don't like the full screen stuff. Visually, it looks good. Layout, though. I mean, I don't know. I feel like this part's fine. Like I said, I'm thinking about using it. But it's just like, yeah, like, this is so heavy-handed to, like, check your fucking stats and shit. Leveling room. And like, yeah, like opening menus real quick, like checking your bags real quick. I don't know if he ever does that. Yeah, you're checking your journal, like look at this whole full screen thing. right? Like you could have made this, you could have cut this journal in half, probably in a third actually, and just displayed it on a section of the screen so you can read your journal while you're running through the world. More people would probably read it if you did that, because no one reads this shit. I feel like that specific quest window could be a bit more polished in execution. What do you think should be changed? Why can't I stay organized? Because you're using blueprints. Switch to C++. I mean, I don't know. This feels fine. Like, I don't... What more does it need? Oh, the buttons? They kit bashed some buttons on some art they had. So is your problem more so like the icons and the buttons, the iconography and stuff? I do agree that the button icons don't match the rest of the icons, but I also think that makes it stand out a lot and is easy to pick out. Because, like, honestly, the 1 and 2 are afterthoughts for me when I look at this UI. The first thing I see is Ian Escape, which that's like that's your call to action as a player as to what you can hit. So I actually like it for that reason. If it matched the UI, it would blend in too much. And these are the buttons they use for the entire. They use those icons for everything, right? Those are the same button icons for everything. So they are there. A graphic designer by trade, and the general layout barely passes the squint test. I mean, just what? Tell me what your squint test is. I mean, can you move while you're in this view? I feel like you can't move while you're here, or move. I don't feel like you can change the camera while you're here. Like, I don't see him doing it. It's very static. I don't think you can actually move. Oh, look at his feet. The IK is. Look at that hand. I never noticed that before. His feet don't. They're not planted. Floaty feet is my. Yeah, you can't. It's locked. Yeah. Floaty feet is my pet peeve in games, though. Definitely want some good IK. Yeah, I don't know. This looks... I mean, I've been a web developer for so long, and I have built a lot of layouts and stuff. I don't work on, like, the visuals of it, but the layout, to me, gets the job done. I think it completes its purpose. I think it... is very easily understandable at a glance. Like I said, I like that the buttons actually stand out. I don't like the text. I don't like the font here. It's a little difficult to read. It's a different color up here. This is a little bland. I wish there was a little bit more colored information here as to what this is, but I think that's it. Text is noisy and hard to parse. What is a button versus flavor text? So you're talking about this section right here versus this section down here. It's difficult to tell if this is like a button or not. The button graphic blends into the background. Oh, like this whole section. And text is what makes it stand out. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, this does not look like a pressable button. WoW's Quest UI is far better executed, even if dated and a bit clunky in navigation. Yeah, I mean, I do like their quest log. But the thing is, like, they don't have... The one thing this has is, like, this works for dialogue and quests. And they have options to press here. Because, like, the WoW one only had, like a cancel down here and an accept down here or something. So it was really only set up for 2 options now. If you're using this for dialogue, then this can have multiple options here. So it's scalable in that way. You don't get any of the game's flavor from this UI? Even with like the kind of tattered edges here. Like, I'm not saying it's perfect, but like, I don't know. I don't know, just hating. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're talking about. I get your criticism of the buttons. That makes sense. Like, I live in the future, I have an iPad in my hand, and I'm walking around a fantasy sim world or something. So do you just hate modals? Be honest, do you hate modals? I mean, it is kind of like that, though, because, like, a quest log is, like, a corollary to, like, you know, some scroll or journal you have in the game, right? So it's like, yeah, you kind of are walking around with a ye olde iPad. And, of course, taking the common day layout patterns, design patterns of, you know, mobile apps would make it more accessible to use by people. Maybe I should just do Google material layout and design. Maybe I should just try that. I do like Google's material layouts for the most part, and their design philosophies. Diegetic. I don't know what that word means. A bit more flavor filled. And so you think WoW, like WoW. Well, this is like the new one, right? That's the new one. Here's the old one. Let me find an actual. Yeah, here's the old one. This is the new one. Let me get like a, just give me the singular, like talking to the person quest log. WoW dialogue window. Yeah, there's the dialogue window for WoW. That's funny. But like when you're accepting it, there we go. This is what I'm looking for. There's the WoW dialogue, or the quest window. And then here's the old school quest log, and here's the newer school. This one is just like, there's so much. This is an add-on called Classic Quest Log. What? Is there an even newer one? This is the one I'm the most used to. Oh my god, dude. I do hate the new UI. There's too much going on. Flavor font, better contrast management is what I'd hope for. Okay, that's fair. That's fair to say. The Fargo Deep Mine. Ah, yes. But here's how you get the quest, and then when you look at your log, this is what you see. So it's like they have an iframe here, and it's like this is the same as what goes in here, and then they just have a different container for each one. I love classic WoW UI. It's the best for me. Retail WoW UI sucks. Yeah. I like how it's humble. Does that make sense? Like when I look at the retail stuff, like where was it that I was just looking at? Like this. This is not humble to me. Right? I don't know if that makes sense. But when I look at something like this, you know, this is humble. Right? This is just a quest log, you know? Dead Space UI. So you just mean like it fits the vibe of the game? Oh, is it World Space? Is it World Space UI? It kind of looks like it. The new WoW, you can merge your bags so their contents displayed as one. Yeah, why leave the ability to collect separate bags? I mean, I guess the only reason is to increase your inventory space. But yeah, why couldn't it just be +1 inventory slot, you know? But that's kind of all of WoW's decisions do that kind of thing where it's like it presents itself as like a quality of life thing. Because like a lot of players would just download an add-on like called Bagnon or something to do it all in one window, myself included. But then it's like, yeah, all those little bits of quality of life that they've done take away from the flavor of the game. It's like, yeah, why are we even, you know, and then sometimes they would like just put the loot directly in your bags, you know, when you defeat a boss. Like what's, sometimes it's just like, what's the point even more? I can't even pick up the loot from the dead body. And it's like, they changed from like, you used to have to right click on everything that you killed to pick up the loot individually. If you killed a bunch at once, you had to pick it all up individually. Now you have AoE looting. So you can loot everything in the area. And it's like, dude, just put it into my bags immediately. You know what I mean? Like, why are we doing this anymore? Yeah, I don't know if I want World Space UI. That seems like a lot. Maybe in some cases. I do want like I do want my action bars to be flavored based on the class. So I think that's one cool thing that can kind of get you in the flavor of the class that you're playing. Like if you're playing a mage, it should be kind of arcane-y and stuff like that. And maybe even the race that you're playing too. Maybe even the race that you're playing. But that all requires assets, which I don't have. Funny thing is you don't even see the items in mini games on your character. What, like with like transmog and stuff like that? Yeah, I mean with transmog it's like, yeah, why even bother getting different pieces of gear that go into my bags? Like all these quality of life things add up to make it like, what's the point anymore? You need those bits of friction to create a game, an experience, you know? Think what you got is good, just need polished. I think the interaction panel is fine and the quest log is fine. I don't think my dialogue is fine. My dialogue box here, which is the part I'm trying to figure out what to do with. Then I wanted their name to be right here as well, on the corner, so you know who you're talking to, even if you don't have them selected. But then it's weird because like when you target someone, it goes on the right side, and your portrait's on the left side. So I should probably stick with that convention. I'm on the left, target's on the right. You know, when I'm talking, I guess it would make sense to have dialogue up. Like the dialogue window could pop up over the guy's name. And maybe if you're in dialogue with him, you always have him selected. But what if you want to select something else to like check it out real quick? You know, like... what would you be selecting? Like you could select like a building or something, right? Yeah, but you might just need to know the name of it, not like the, yeah, if you actually opened the inspect panel, yeah, it would cover it. But but I just mean like if you just want to like click on something else real quick and be like, oh, what was that guy's name over there? Oh yeah, I want you to go over there and do that. You know what I mean? Like maybe that, I don't know. I don't know. I'll have to think about it though. I need to get off and do some work. I'm procrastinating so bad right now. Who is doing game dev? You go to Mad Chirpy again? Been streaming for a while, 5.5 hours. Who do we want to go to? No one doing Unreal Engine. MMORPG. You want to watch some MMO?
Sigue siendo un número del 0 al 1.
Are we speaking English here? Oh no, it's Espanol. I'm landing because I know it could be even better. Yeah, there's always room, right? Level design. Hover your mouse over the NPC without clicking it would show the name. Yeah, I do think I want some hover box in like the bottom right corner of the screen. Just to show you some, because that's WoW does that too, where it's like, you don't have to click on things, but if you hover over them, like in the bottom of the screen, there's like a little thing that pops up that just gives you the most briefest of information on it. Oh, Shawnee B's playing Dark Souls. Or no, he's playing Bloodborne. Okay. We'll raid Shawnee B then. You guys can go watch some fucking Bloodborne.
Yeah, so I'm starting to get the sense that the like upper, mid, and low areas are, oh fuck, dude, are kind of fixed.
You guys didn't see it, but this
ideas.
big fat guy just came rolling out from around the corner and whacked his ass. That was funny. But yeah, I'm getting out of here. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I hope to see you all again tomorrow. I hope to. Moxie, say goodbye. Moxie says goodbye. Bye, everyone.